All right, we're here. Mostly. Congrats, Ati. That's awesome, man. Yeah, I'm getting yeah, I mean rings are tough for sure. I'm getting carried tonight. Um single target build, but not with I'm pretty sure better gonna be single target build. Sparkle AoE in that fire ant. But with death charge, I assume, instead of the other thing. They're taking me to Valor now. They're being very kind. This is Guild. I've looked at a couple videos of this fight. Doesn't mean I'll do it perfectly without ever having done it even on heroic, though. From what I understand, if I'm not wrong, the things I'm looking out for are quills. I don't know if it's even lethal in the high level we have, but quills will target one person from the. You'll get like like you have to soak or be soaked by the opposite color when you target a quill and not stand near other people, or you will kill them because it AoEs around you. So the person who's targeted by quill moves out a tiny bit and lets someone soak it or whatever. It's not really a mechanic you deal with. I guess from my point of view, the only thing I'm doing with that is I'm moving away from other people for a second. Look at the icon, you go to the, what are the icon, the world marker is. And I assume they're stacking on top of each other for it. You watch have the color change, I think, on whatever the cast is. There's like a cast that does. And that does a color change, forces a color change, or could force a color change. We move out when we kill the boss. I pretty much just stop damage, I think, when they're doing that. Completely. Because obviously I can fuck them over if I push the boss at a bad time. So we're done doing damage at like, I don't know, 5% or 10% or something. Some amount will slow down. until they're ready. Because my job is really the damage on the push, not getting into the push. I mean, the thing I can wipe them with is soaks. The thing I can partially wipe them with is quills. Got my 2 coins. And I also coined an upgrade from the other boss too. But I can't use it this week. It won't have a socket. So I don't think it's an upgrade even when you flip the stats. I think gems are too OP to justify. I mean, I don't think I'll be bad damage. But I'm definitely vantage-ing this for them. Where's the raid's over here, right? Somewhere? I think I used the same. I did the same thing. I had instant catalysted it because I assumed it was better with mastery, but then I didn't realize my stat weights were crit. The OG belt's a lot better. Yeah, that's what I went for. That's why I went back in there and I actually sent all my coins and then again to get the other version of it. You basically exclusively stack crit. You just want mastery to be 1 higher than crit for your potion. And I've even seen people that actually potion crit every time anyway. Oh, what the fuck? I don't know what I just saw. What the fuck is going on here? Holy shit. I don't know what's going on. I've never been in here. Up at the same time? They share health? They share health, it looks like. They look pretty exact to me. I want me in quarter into that. I don't know, intrude. Want me in cord or anything. I mean, I should be fine. I hope. This fight looks like the difficulty generally looks like it's on other things, but this is mythic. Yeah, I know what I'm doing. Well, I mean, I know what I'm doing. I have an idea of what I'm doing. I've researched it, but I can't say I've researched it perfectly necessarily. Put them in Discord. They're calling stuff out that way. Okay. Mute that. Mute that. Join this.
Fine.
In here. Across. They flew back. It actually drops a lot of gold on this trash. Like 370 is enough to repair, like almost enough to repair from one pack. I guess raiding costs a lot though. I melted those. It's still coming. Okay, so look at these icons, and I assume these icons are where we're dropping off the... That's where we're dropping off the... And we're stacking them... pixel stacking soaks, right? There's no fucking Venn diagram shit. It's just pixel stack. Use a personal to survive it. Is quills lethal in this? The quill thing that goes off? Well, no. I don't soak it, but if I get it on me, I move out and drop it, yeah? If you get targeted by it, you gotta move out and drop it. And if you have to drop it, you'll get fucked up, right? Two people that move out get fucked up. That's from what I saw. People that would like the original kills would like have a person immune it, and then the other people would use a personal. But maybe I guess if they just have range soak it, then it doesn't matter that much. I've only seen the videos I watched are all of original kills. What about quills though? So if you get targeted by quill, you move away from people just a little bit so it doesn't AoE them, I assume. Does it kill you if they don't soak it for you? Quills don't hurt. So quill, you just move away, don't AoE people, and you just survive it without being soaked. No one's gonna save you. Yeah, because it AoEs around where you're at. So just sidestep and then use a personal, I guess, and see if it... Okay. What else is there? That's it, right? Orbs, other than that? I assume orbs are actually lethal if you hit with the wrong color of orb. Wait, do orbs kill everyone if you hit them? Wrong color? Or is it only boss that kills everyone? Does it kill you or does it kill everyone? Again, it's one of those things you see people fuck up. Everyone dies if it's a boss. If it's a player with the wrong color, does it blow up? Or does it just kill the player? Just one tap the player. Oh, what the fuck? It's just survivable? That's crazy. Yeah, I see people DCing. I'm in Cord. I just have it muted on stream. It's just a habit. So people don't have to worry about anything. Not that I feel like guilds are like that anymore, man. When I used to I have a habit based on when I used to raid a long time ago. The shit you would have people say was crazy, but I think the meta has shifted quite a bit in the last while. People were... I'm excited. Thank you for taking me along. This is a big opportunity for me. A big opportunity for me, man. I got boss ones updated apparently. I mean, I assume it's because everyone raids this time, right? This is like a pretty standard raid time. I mean, it's got to be a coincidence. It's like exactly 9 o'clock that you're having issues, right? Like, it's got to be something related to the fact that people are pulling like at this time. What percent do you guys stop at? What's the like halt damage plus percent for you guys? 5%? 10%? I don't know how much health it actually has. I assume you have like a stop and push percent on boss. I mean, I'll hear them call it out, I guess. But not being surprised by it probably is useful. Oh, you sit there and wait on timers. Okay. Am I? Oh, there's 3 death lanes now. I assume I'm not. I assume they don't have me gripping anything because there's only 2 ads, right? I assume it's safer for them to. You stick into the eggs. We pro eggs, not boss. Okay, English. If you got to understand, I sound like I'm talking a big game. I actually have no. I've not. You know, I'm just going off of only having seen videos of this. Those new changes? Oh, we're pulling. Okay, hold on. We got to focus up. So I don't pop cooldowns on pull according to this. I go in and I just kind of do whatever. And I believe I pop cooldowns on the first set of ads. Okay, I'm light orbs. Is dark orbs coming? Move away from people and I just shell, I guess. Wait, no, that was someone else's quill. I was soaking. Fuck it. Re-soak. And now we're swapping. We're seeing a lot here. This is a lot to take in. Now I'm dark orbs. I can help, I guess. It was hurt, but I got a couple. Oh shit, okay, we gotta wait. I may have fucked this up. Those changed color. We gotta be stopping. Yeah, I fucked up horribly. Unless they wait 30 seconds, I am. Oh, there. Okay, good. I need to see that again. That wasn't me. And this is the frontal from the boss, which obviously I'm standing in to die, but recognizing that it exists. I think I've seen a lot of it. I think it's so in the second phase you get more of the other thing. Okay. I don't know how long would you stand around for that, would you say, Joe? If you had to guess. 10 plus 10. I mean, I think I should pop cities on pull. Whatever video I watched with a DK holding cooldowns till first eggs does not look correct. I think I just shove on. I think I just shove on pull because I pop cooldowns super late there, and then I would not have. It felt awkward. I just don't think you guys have trouble killing the eggs at this point either, though. I assume that's why they held them, was just to have a little more damage on the eggs and get cleave out of them, but it seemed very awkward. I'm popping cooldowns on pull. I'm not potting up. Obviously, pot is for the phase. Two-man's timing. Oh. If it's 2-man timing, then I was actually okay. I was scared there. 2-man timing means... And I can't pop 45 seconds in. I still think it's better to pop on pull. I'm light. I can help with these a little bit. Is there a way to reset this? Or is reset dying? Look, I don't think it's... I don't know if... Yeah, I don't think it's my fault, but I also don't know. They're wiping to tank frontal? We all got hit there. Death. No. Damage taken? Something hit everyone. Light eruption. What the fuck's this? Oh. It's a tank thing? Okay. Because I didn't actually understand what... I don't know the tank role in this. Yeah, because I took the giant hit, so I wasn't sure. If it does get easier for you guys to take someone else in, definitely don't, like, you guys have more important shit to do. I'm happy to get the 2 pulls. Yeah, but if there's a chance you have problems later on because of me, then obviously you don't like have a situation where you like, you know, these problems get solved and then you guys have problems later on, and because of me. So I obviously don't want to make it, you know, if it gets to the point where it's like you guys just need to get going and have no chance of failure later on, then I'm cool with you know, if you need to hit me. Otherwise, I'll happily sit here and pull. Obviously, I'm enjoying it. I'm learning. It looks like we can handle probably like 3 orbs as well before we get kind of cooked by it. Thank you, English buddy. He is pretty alright. He's more than alright as a guy. Hey, Gara. I am currently being carried on Bella right now. Maybe I should join builds. As soon as I'm already playing there, right? Oh, Gary. Hold on. I haven't got Gary. I have played Annihilator DH, and it is disgusting. Wait, is there a buff that I can turn on? Hold up. Is there a person I'm supposed to talk to get the buff? At the entrance. It just turns it on with max stacks, or like start getting stacks. I'm running out. Max available. Okay. Well, while they're doing this, I might as well get my 10% or whatever it is. Ah, there he is. This guy, yeah. Okay, what did I get? 14%. That probably matters. I'm going to be honest. That seems like a good amount to gain. It's weird that is just a one click gives you max stacks this late in the game, you know? It is quite a bit. Turning it back to them. I mean, I can pull from the other side. Not a big deal. Not tanky though, right? It's only... It's not real? Servers are cooked. It's a good thought to have though. I feel like I feel like I'm massively not performing here, which is probably still fine considering the boss is about doing good boss, but I don't think your actual outside phase matters at all. But it's just a benchmark. Light feather for me. Sketchy as fuck. Lights. Light again. Oh, that's scary. There's no icon here. What the fuck is this? That's terrifying. That was terrifying. Get to the edge. Holy shit, I'm light. That was fun. Holy shit, the colors. Wait, no, fine. Oh, I got changed the last second. Oh. Right. I did not expect any of this. I had never good way to dodge. I couldn't have got that. Oh, they were actually about to kill it. Maybe they will kill us still. I popped corns in those eggs too, which is kind of a mistake. Probably might have been enough. Honestly, I still had. Am I not stop? Am I the reason we pushed there? This is not a pug though. This is Joe's guild. As long as I'm not causing. Oh, you can't see damage done to egg or anything. Oh, you can. I see damage done to egg. Damage taken. It doesn't show. Tank and range. Okay. I was making sure that I wasn't like the problem because I expected it to go differently. I thought I'd have time to press my cooldown, but light feather for me. Oh shit. I will say that the people are very good at being instructive with where they're going with that. I just follow the other guy and he just runs me every time. I don't actually know where we're going. I knew it was the icon, but last time it wasn't the icon. Okay, wait until we see an emote. I am void. I've changed. Just grab as many as I can. I ain't getting those light orbs, but I will stay away from them. I'm void for this. Light. Hard to soak much, but I'll get a little bit. Wait, raising. I know, a million people dead. Is there a reset? I'm definitely running around like a moron trying to soak stuff, but because I think the damage check isn't an issue. And those orbs keep spinning around, right? The reset's just dying. Yeah, I know. I saw the DCs. I miss rating, man. Probably should double check. They just don't do his blood. I mean, I think rating's great. I mean, I didn't stop rating because I didn't enjoy it. I never stopped enjoying it. The only part about rating I don't miss is the politics of guilds dying. It feels like guilds are like this weird, it's like a especially if you have any kind of like leadership role whatsoever, there's kind of that weird like your guild is perpetually dying and you're always trying to save it. That was like almost all the guilds that I've been in had that same thing going on, where they're constantly on borrowed time, and that is a tough thing to deal with mentally. I have not been in a guild that didn't have that going on. You know, it wasn't stable. I think that's about the only part about raiding I don't miss. Having to kind of, I'm void. That combo. Yeah, it should be me. I can grab him. I should grab that. Can I message him back? Oh, because it's a different faction? That's weird. It says not playing. Yeah, this is the fight that's weird because there's not any damage pressure at all. So I was trying to be useful by soaking extra. I mean, obviously there's damage pressure if you're like, you know, we're not crazy of a guild, but like you're waiting anyway on that phase. So the only part that matters is eggs. So I was trying to soak instead because I wasn't doing the egg stuff. I was killing the eggs, but tanks and rage. Should we cooked? Nah, I see. I was like, I think you can focus them in the air. They're targetable in the air. And I couldn't figure out why. Where's my focus marker? Focus mark, where are you, man? So I'm ready, but secretly I'm not. Is the mechanic there that's just the boss getting enraged, right? You can't do that either. It doesn't work. It clears your focus. It's a void ember I'm getting. I think. Wait for me. Sketchy. It worked. Hell yeah. That one shows. It's my did mod type? Oh yeah, shit, you did. I didn't see that. My bad. They're having the servers are cooked right now or something. We had a couple. We had insane pull before too. They wiped to 2%. I mean, just then as well. If I get through that, I'm not as comfortable as I should be at this many pulls in. I need to soak more, I think. But the being in range to grip the ad is freaking me out. So I'm like playing too close to it. Before I was helping a lot more with orbs instead of worrying about grips, and I feel like that actually matters a little bit because I'm getting I can get the grip 100% of the time, but I was just like random soaking off of my own a lot before. There was like a hunt that was going on disengaged and I was grabbing the ones past him and stuff. Because DK seemed really crazy for the orbs too. Yeah, but I mean, it should be my job to do that too, yeah? I'm also like tankier than everyone else. I just, if I was better at the timings and everything, because damage is irrelevant and it's pretty obvious right away. I'm not here for any kind of damage. Like you guys have infinite damage. That further for me. See, I've got so many orbs just then. Oh, that's my job. See? I almost fucked it up already. The tanks helped me out. I got a lot of orbs stuck to there. I'm too much pussy to suck on that. Not our best push. It's going to change our color swaps. What are we getting? Got changed last millisecond. Where are we going? I was go to that. I was trying to figure out where. I still got the, but I could have done better. I didn't know exactly. I mean, I was trying to find the other guy with the orb. Same thing. I was trying to soak at that point, which probably wasn't ideal. No, it's not like this is a guild. I'm being carried here. They've been very kind to take me along. I did a bad job of my damage that time too on the egg. Would have maybe mattered later on. Light feather on me. Stuff behind me is soakable. Can only do that much before helping. Dark Orb's very close to boss. They DC'd? Oh, they DC'd. The servers are. It's where the servers are. Is this a common thing in raiding to have happen? But that's good every week. Is it a tyke thing? The fuck? That's weird. You can't super emphasize mechanics anymore, right? You can. I mean, that's my job, right? I'm assuming this is when they actually spawn. Does it tell me to grip? What other mechanic did I have problem that I feel like was the rest of it's all pretty straightforward. You know that's not straightforward, but it's like I'm going out. I want to soak at the point where those ads spawn. So I need to like soak just a little bit and then move across, grab them, kind of go and then do stuff. I wonder if has anyone tried void orbs with the doubling thing today? So they put this thing in here, right? Rune of Overload. If you play void touch orbs, I wonder if 5 of those will actually fuck someone up. Because I feel like I noticed it originally. Kind of weird though. Yeah, in PvP, it's not nerfed at all. At the start of the like patch, people were playing the void ones and they're actually hurting people. Doubling that's kind of huge. I mean, it doesn't do any damage outside of the opener, but you get to start the game with 5 stacks. So you like open up and you send 5 orbs and then you go back to then it's only 1 orb every 10 seconds. Not as good, but getting 5 insta is kind of crazy. No, so the problem's correct. Yeah, it's a tyke thing. I watch everyone else lag out. I've had not a single problem. Can you avoid? Is it? Oh wait, that's weird. Why is it DCing you? Oh, it's got to be tyke specific issues then. Tyke's got to just be DCing. I'm enjoying this though. I miss raiding so much, man. I think next season I want to. I'll be back in 1 sec while you guys are having some issues. What has happened here? I walked away for 1 second. Now everyone's offline. The whole gang's gone. I'm just watching you guys old. I mean, it probably. Wait, is Tyke completely gone? That's crazy, man. I was having fun, man. I wonder if is Tyke just gone for everyone? I don't know. I don't know. The thing is, most PvPs aren't on Tyke. I'm trying to say there aren't many streamers anymore. PvP are there? I'm trying to see if there are PvPs getting affected by this too, because I got nothing else to do after this. We can't PvP if Tyke's dead. Oh wait, do I have a? Let me see. I can see if I can join in on this problem or if I can log straight in. My other account has a Tyke character. Oh my god, it is actually completed. Look. This is trying to log into Tyke right now. Wow. Tyke is dead. Yeah, where this is Mythic Belly, but they might be done for tonight in a sec. I'm not sure. It's such a fun fight too. But the other thing is, if you guys do keep pulling, you probably should just like it could be. Oh, it's a DDoS. Yeah, but I mean, I got to 2%, so I've seen the whole fight. Technically, yeah, I have seen it all. Honestly, we would have killed it if I didn't freak out and pop. I didn't pop my main cooldowns, but I popped Dark Transformation on ads because I was like, they almost rezzed. So I popped Dark Transformation on the eggs, and the boss lived at 2%. So technically speaking, if I had just not freaked out in the ads, it might have been dead already. Looks like Tyke's back up. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to do more of it next patch. Honestly, it's not. I only stopped because we were The only reason I stopped doing PvE stuff is because, like, honestly, Chuck was doing it originally. When I first started playing with Chuck, we when I started playing with Chuck, we actually did PvE. We raided that tier, the next tier, and the tier after. But then they stopped, and then I didn't continue at that point. But it might be time. It may, in fact, be time. This one's looking full. Those four probably were just AFK because no, I that's the part I hate the most about raiding. Actually, Joe. TSU only happened because I trusted that people would be easy to deal with, and this is like not aimed at any specific person, but like it was not. It was one of those things where the guild was falling apart from week 2. But we failed our way up through Antorus. Like there was just like constant pressure. You know what I mean? Like we failed our way up. Like people like stuck it out like through like, you know, personal favors type thing compared to actually being, you know, them actually wanting to do it. So it was just the drama part of it. I just want to raid. I don't want to do any people managing. You know, I don't want to be put in the position of making someone do something they don't want to do. Hated it. I mean, 2-day guild sounds perfect to me, honestly. Are they gonna make it so there's a unlock the raid? I wonder if we should just get to a point where I'm gonna be honest, and maybe this is like ultra big picture, right? So if they did the heroic style lockout for Mythic, it's pure heroic, right? So you can kill it multiple times. You just can only get loot once. Now, the obvious downside you're going to say is, oh, like now everyone's going to sell everything, right? 100% true. Yep, everyone's going to sell everything. But how many more kills do you get? Like, how many more guilds survive because of that? How, like, basically, I'm saying, like, yes, it will become a shit show of gold selling and fucking RMT selling and all that kind of shit. But how much more popular will the system get? I feel like the answer is a lot more popular. So I wonder if it's just better. I swear, if you could just plug spots, or I mean, it also can create a seller's market too, right? Like it's not necessarily like right now. If you did that, you'd assume it's a buyer's market, but it's not necessarily, right? You could also have a situation where you actually buy people to like guilds. You know how like right now guilds advertise selling. Guilds could advertise buying too, right? Like you get to a boss, you're like, oh, I'm on Bellerin, and we have 3 spots. We're paying people to come and do it that have already killed it. You know what I mean? Like there'll be a buy. I think there's a possibility of being a seller on both ends. Like the guilds can also be like right now the guilds are the sellers, but the guilds could also be the buyers. And I actually feel like that would be super interesting. Yeah, Tyke's fucked right now. I think this expansion with Dreamrift and Rotmire has been fascinating for sure. I think we're at a point now where guilds would have a much higher chance of succeeding if they I'm seeing if what the hell is Dallas playing? Is a Frosty here? Oh, they're playing. The fuck? Oh, we're back. Yeah, I swear, being like merchant, being a like, you could just be a person that sits in LFG all day, just spam kills bosses, and you're like a mercenary. You just get a whole bunch of kills and get a whole bunch of gold from that. I'm gonna be interesting. I am void, so I can potentially soak these. I will soak some. That's all I'm getting. I don't get much, honestly. I'm hoping. I will get one more. So we got. I am void. I was already void, so now I'm void again. I'll soak. That's all I can do. Apparently we're down with the boss. Oh, we had a big push here. Not from me, but from someone. So now we're going towards... I'm light now. Not that. Moon, they called. I got pinged. Now I'm scared. I'm light again. Can I cooldown extra time though? Like I can. If you pop minute 30s on the boss, no, you can't, right? You just get to pop on eggs after that. Can I be popping cooldowns again? Are you sure? So I can go 130 into 130 into 130. Like so, it's what I'm saying is I pop the 130 cooldowns on the egg, and I can safely pop them again a minute 30 later, and I'll have them up for the actual burn phase, the final burn phase. So pop everything on CD is what you're saying. That's an extra set of cooldowns. That could help. Yours is better timing. So you basically, you're saying you use a meta and wait, no, you're not. What's Becky? You're not Havoc, right? You're Devourer. You might just delay your last hit. Okay. I mean, I'll try it. I am Void. Those ads are super close. Void to Void. Chill for my grip. I didn't have to help with that. We want to farm on these eggs, but not use putrefies. Sketchy. Our boss is definitely not low enough. This one. Gary even... Oh, Gary actually does fuck. Okay. We fucking soaked. Big fucking soaks. Sam Kella. Oh shit. I got him still. While also doing an absolutely giant soak. Color again. Got enraged. What's the going in front of the boss? Did something happen? Oh, I didn't get by the front door now. I went in front, but then went past it. Didn't get hit by it. Unless someone else did. But no, I didn't get. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was well clear of it. I'm trying to eat as many orbs as I can, but and I was in a dangerous spot, but I did get past it. I'm doing weird shit in this. I am void now. I find it interesting because I'm really not prioing damage at all. I'm just soaking and killing ads until burn phase. I don't know. I'm gonna double check that I didn't fuck up the previous thing with my soaks, but I don't think I hit by anything. It emotes needs to buy the orb there, right? A soak mom. I want to soak a lot more than this. Color swaps now. I didn't see what happened though. The same kind of situation as last time? It's right here. It's right here. You can, Joe? You can see this? It's legit right here. It's discussed. That enrages him. The same kind of thing happened last time too, where it didn't look like anyone hit by it. Like the previous one we thought was a. I think the same thing happened the previous time. I think it happened the previous the wipe at the exact same point. I wonder if it's a bug or something. Might fit the for me. That's probably too many. It's as many as I can handle. That's too sketchy. I can't get that one. Without potentially dying. You have too much. It's crazy because I'm actually not attacking so often too. Got me soaked. I'm Tuggle. I can help with these. Oh! Pass went off. Dead. I didn't have a kick. I already kicked. This is the problem. And I thought about when he said kick dock, I was like, okay, hold global, but global was not to grip. Was it in the 1.5? Or I would have saved. I'm out of augments now, but damage doesn't seem like it's a problem. Hopefully it's okay. To be fair, I'm literally like doing utility shit anyway. I'm not even hard focusing damage at all in this fight. I'm killing eggs and I'm soaking. Yeah, I agree. Damage is not a problem. I just gotta. I'm soaking the absolute max I think I can too. I'm almost dying to it. Maybe it's bad for them though. I'm soaking my limit. I'm a light orb person. Of course, Joe kicks instantly. I haven't really done much soaking yet. I'd like to. There's a wall coming in. I thought about soaking. just happened? Jesus Christ. That was terrifying. It's fine, but I couldn't click the gate and gave up on it. Void of no help to them. We did it. All right, coin it. Coin it. Didn't coin it. Worth a try. Invol for sure. Oh, cool tragedy, guys. Aglam, 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much, Aglam, buddy. Bro, no, I actually love it. I actually had so much fun. I don't think you understand. I'm just killing trash, you guys, until you guys are ready. You guys are doing swaps and stuff. Are you guys done? Oh, okay. No, I am. The reason I like that the most is that I got to do it enough to know how to do the fight. Learning the fight is like value in itself. You know what I mean? Like, not that I necessarily need it to know how to do the fight, but it's like nice to understand what's going on. If we killed it like really quickly, I wouldn't have known nuances and stuff. I don't know. Yeah, no, I still honestly just held CDs to make sure that I had damage for burn, but um I don't think it would have helped. Maybe it would have. Because the way you killed it, maybe extra damage would have been good. Thank you very much, Aglin, buddy. That was fun. I had fun. Like it's getting to actually like, I mean, it wasn't prog because you guys knew the fight, but getting to like experience the like grip the ads, move across, soak as much as you can, then move back. But if we killed him that 2% wipe, I would have felt like I didn't know the fight. And while that doesn't matter because I'm not a raider, it's still more fun to like get to a point where you understand the timings yourself and you're not just like winging it. Like I wouldn't be afraid to go do that boss again now. And at the start, I was terrified of doing the boss because I didn't understand it. So getting understanding is nice, and I had a lot of fun for that. Like that's why people like are why people enjoy raiding is getting to like make little small optimizations and learn things. More fun than being like not knowing what's going on and killing the boss, just being dead weight. Right. Are you kidding me, man? I would. The only part of that fight that I feel like I could have done, like I could have really, really improved a lot, but wasn't willing to when it's not prog attempts, is finding good ways to soak during the intermission. I think it's pretty doable if you I think it's pretty doable if you just play, you look for your color on the side that your ads are coming, or that your obs are coming, rather than looking for just your color wherever it is. If you see an opportunity and you play back on that one, you'll be able to soak them quickly, but you have to like do it in advance. Is that rating? I'd be open to it. I'd like to. I mean, it's fun. I enjoy it. I know I enjoy it. But my top damage in that fight is clearing shadows. Those two. Uh-oh. I think I'm pressing the wrong button. Thanks, buddy. Thank you guys for having me. That was fun. It's actually interesting looking at the 1% build. The Glad mount apparently is 10% of the player base now. Believe it or not. So 10% of threes players get glad now. So the rarest mount possibly is that bird mount. Well, I guess the mythic lure one is the rarest one, technically. Yeah, I mean threes is basically just a bracket for glad, primarily. Mythic plus mount. We should get the where I'm at. It should be safe for it. No, I don't think it's bad that they inflated it. I think it's good that they inflated it as much as they did. I think they made the right choice. How easy is catch up? Super easy. Super easy. Yeah, I think we're totally fine for the mount. We're like at the cutoff for title, but I think we need to get 20 like a bunch of 23s before we can go much further. Aglen, but I think we give the 5 subs, man. Q blitz. What I meant to Q. Percent right below 4K. Yeah. I mean, it's just a lot of people going for it. We'll see. I mean, we'll have to see how players behave as you get into that 4-week mark. Or the 2-week warning gets announced. I don't know how. I've never actually paid attention to how the title moves in PvE because I've never done Mythic Plus beyond like a 10, really, since the title existed. $4K is some 21s. Actually, if it's 4K, it's a lot of 21s. Yeah, result keys mean that you can't like it doesn't incentivize the whole like deplete your key push up. Like people just get infinite attempts to increase their IO. 4K's Resil 21. Oh shit. That's kind of crazy. So we're safe for that. But yeah, I mean people getting like for example, if we found a Resil 23 gamer, we would probably get we could probably do all of them with Resil. I don't know if we'd be able to do them without Resil, because like doing the keys, it requires a great deal more skill to do the keys without Resil. Because it takes many, like to get an attempt takes multiple attempts. Like to get one attempt at a key means you need multiple like doing 5 Resil pull attempts is equivalent to like doing 10 15 completions of keys that are lower to get to proc the key for the Resil attempt. There's an I mean the gap. That's who Bruce wasn't key by having for users Rizoku. Yeah. Rizoku's a wild. It feels like PvE progression. I get the feeling that the intent behind them, I feel like they'll probably change it to require a certain number of people in the group to have that Resil key. Because the Resil key makes a lot of sense and it feels good if you are in a group of people, like let's say you're all Resil 21 or you're all Resil 22. It feels good in that situation to be able to like have ways to push your key up. But when you have a single person with Resil and no one else has Resil, it feels like you're just, it's a totally different experience. But I feel like if you've got like a certain number of people that are at that level in the group, it like I feel like it just needs to do like a multi-check. I think if there's like 3 in the group that have it, or 2 in the group that probably the majority of the group have Brazil of that key, then it allows that key to be Brazil. Like maybe it doesn't deplete the key. To be fair, I'm not saying that the Brazil key should not work and it should deplete. But what should happen is you should get 1 attempt with that group, and then it should lock the key for that group. Is probably what I would do. You know what I mean? Like, if you deplete a key, let's say you're in 22, and your group's you only have 1 person in the group that got a 22 Brazil, the key just locks after 1 attempt, and then you can't attempt it again until you know, I mean, maybe it's got some sort of cooldown period or something. I don't think that's good though, because that defeats the entire purpose of Brazil keys. Yeah, the key should never deplete. That would be silly. Then there's no point in doing Brazil. Like the key should never go down, but it should buy you from entering. You shouldn't be able to like spam attempts. Perhaps, you know, 2-hour lockout or something if you try to do it without that. But I think I think it should go off of like, because you want to make it work for people like. If you are like a group of people that all have the same thing, if you're a group of people that all have like Brazil 22, let's say, and you're trying to progress 23s, it makes sense to have the key be resilience to test things, because I think that's part of the point of it, is to just like brick keys at the lower level to learn strats, like to attempt things. So you can cook a little bit while you move up. So you like want to try a different pull. Resilient with team. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate that. You basically only have to make key. So Brazil keys work fine if they aren't being abused. They don't work fine if you're basically like you're providing. You know, you could basically have 1 person with Brazil 23s, sell the title, and give them infinite tries until they got it done. And obviously in that case, you know, what you're trying to do is make it so all you have to do to defeat that type of behavior is to make the key not function after 1 attempt. In that situation, that's what you have to do. So it just needs, the key needs to not deplete and go down, but the key needs to just brick, and they can't go in for, like I said, you know, it realizes you've already attempted it on 22. It realizes that everyone, or 23, and it realizes that no one in the group except you can actually has Brazil unlocked for that, and then it just the key is just like unusable for a certain period of time. It just goes on CD. Just put the key on CD for, you know, like an hour or 2, and that'll like maybe there's some limit to like they get an attempt a day type thing of the key, but it does prevent the true abuse of it, I think. I mean, the experience of pushing your key up compared to Brazil is totally different. It's a completely different feel. The keys don't even feel like, the keys feel genuinely more fun when they're not Brazil, because they feel way higher stakes. Like to time a key that's Brazil does not feel good relative to timing a key that is not Brazil. Wait, yeah. To complete a dungeon, to do it again? Yeah, maybe. Well, Brazil and group content makes perfect sense. It actually feels really, when you actually get your entire, when you first get to 20, like, so you get to the next level, everyone in your group can do a key, and then everyone re-rolls to try and line their keys up. It feels good when you have the whole group having you know, resilient keys. So it feels good in the group setting. It adds a level of progression to it. I feel like there's very little downside to that side. It's only a problem when you have, you know, a single person with a much higher, like with a higher Brazil key, and they're providing that to the people lower to boost them. And I was a beneficiary of that for sure. You know, so there's, you know, I definitely benefited from it. I'm just saying it. I mean, I might not have played if it wasn't for the fact that I had Brazil 20 attempts, for example, when I didn't know what I was doing. but I can see where the issue is. I imagine people that really push a lot of keys. DH hit quarry. Okay. Oh, it's interesting. I guess I try and get... How many volts do I try and get now? So now my DK, I just try and get... I kill every raid boss I can to try and get as many volts as possible. I guess I can get 2. Yeah, two's not a problem. It's only four bosses. I already have 2. Just have to kill 2 bosses in Void Spy. Yeah, I think I've already killed everything. I think that character's actually killed 3 bosses in Void Spy too. I mean, it'll be a low chance of seeing that ring, but I have that chance the whole time. Yeah, but it's in my loot table already, right? You have that forever. So like every week I have a chance. I would assume there's only like 3-4 weeks left, but to hit quarry. I guess just spinning the node was better than what I did. I mean, at this point, I should come back. He'll come forward, though. I see. It's actually super important that I ran straight there after instead of coming back to the spot. Oh, we're cooked anyway. Doesn't actually matter. I'm like the wrong build for this, though. What build am I playing? Oh, yeah, I am the right build for this. I assume we're just going next or something. I feel like that... Is that our ice wall? It was... Oh, it was their ice wall. I didn't get it either. I mean, I assume that's not necessarily my only job to spin. It's 2 in the... I mean, either of us could do it. So it's my fault too. But yeah, there's value obviously in doing... Oh, there's a rogue here to stop me from getting out. Wow, they actually are much stronger. I just figure out, I guess you play Void in maps like this and AB, I think. Annihilator feels really bad. There's no team fighting going on. You aren't ever in form. You have no healing. You have the situation where, like, right now, for example, you've got the people from Quarry coming across. Well, the one person from Quarry, I guess. This guy. Artsy Buddy, thank you for the 43-month resub. Nice, Artsy. You're on. Nordic, thank you for the 38-month resub as well. Yeah, like that. This game was still really useful for me because I see the dynamic of why it was important for me to be at mines or be at quarry at that one point. They had their healer positioned at our base, so my thought was, okay, let's just try and make sure we can get our base without the healer sitting there AFK. But that's actually fine. They're doing that. My job is to then just get put pressure on this base so they can't just quick cap it while we deal with them spinning ours. Like, it wasn't actually an issue, although it wasn't symmetrical. Oh no, we had a healer at out. I guess technically it feels like it'd be better to do it a little bit. He's gonna get that? No, he's not. Fuck. Meanwhile, this rogue is just 1v9ing. Actually just blind him. Like, he actually just CC'd my entire meta. We love that. That one base is enough. It's so brutal. Actually, it was gonna be close. Oh, he might actually cap this. That's crazy. He's gonna get it, but it doesn't matter. That was crazy play from him though. Yeah, I don't know. So I don't know though. I mean, yeah, I guess it works fine that way. I don't know if it has to be that punishing. I feel like it's okay. It should be okay to change like 2 people in a group without that having being an issue. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think it's. I think like 3 people in the group being on that level for Resil keys to function would be good. So half the group is a Resil 20, whatever your key is. And then 2 people can be brought up, and that just allows like smarter group play, especially maybe you make it this, maybe the requirement gets stricter as you go further up. No, I'm not saying all keys be Resil. I'm saying, yes, yeah, I see your point of view. I think people hate that though, because I feel like there's a lot of dopamine in having, like, the entire point of the system is to have something to risk, and I think Resil fundamentally takes away the risk. For one, it allows you to turbo YOLO the key lower to get your shots. Yeah, yeah, having charges would be nice too. I mean, charges would still let you sell, so I'm not sure it would solve any problems. It would just limit it. You know what I mean? The limited attempts thing still means people are going to sell a certain number of attempts. So it's going to limit the problem, but not actually stop it. It's still going to feel the same. You still just want to have a Resil key. I feel like to me, having it like extremely limiting it. I mean, I'll tell you this. You know what would really limit the value of Brazil keys? A lot. People would hate it. But if you want your key to be resilient, you can't reset. You can't abandon the key. You have to complete it. If you want your key to not deplete, you have to kill the end boss. You got as much time as you want, but you got to fucking kill it. If your key's depleted and you want to go again, you have to actually go through the entire instance. I feel like that actually would be healthy for the game. Like, no one's going to want to do that, but it would be healthier because like so often right now, people just like wipe on the first pull of an instance. People wipe in the first pull of an instance, like Skyreach, deplete their key, just abandon it, reset, run out, and then like they then they get to the next pull when they finally kill the first pull, like three Brazil attempts later. Then they just wipe to that pull because they've got no experience on it. So I feel like for the sake of like teaching, it's like healthier to make people actually want to, and also it makes people play out the timer too. Because why not, right? What's the downside? Brazilianos will never put the key on LFG. Maybe that benefit's gone, yeah. Because other people would just. I mean, that's sort of how it worked in the first place. But yeah, I think Brazil keys on LFG are effectively. The argument is basically that they're artificially boosting the entire ecosystem, right? So you're trying to fix that. That's the whole complaint. The whole complaint comes down to there are some people that are having a significantly easier ride than others, myself included. I'm part of that group. Like we've benefited hugely from Brazil keys. Oh, I actually like that. Oh, I actually like that a lot, Joe. I do like the idea of your weekly key is special. Whenever you get given a key that is I actually like that of like a base Brazil, but for like your weekly key, so you don't feel afraid to risk it. Because the Brazil key owners don't care about, there's no risk to them, right? They can't go lower. But for people that aren't Brazil key owners, they get like a high key and they feel like they can't take a shot at it. And I felt that probably has a bad effect. I like that. I like the idea of having like one free shot at a weekly key per week. So you have like two charges on it. So you like, let's say you completed 23 the previous week. It's your highest key, but you aren't Brazil 23. So you're given a 23, let's say pit, and it's got two charges on it for that first weekly key. So you can just take a free shot at it. Not Brazil, just like two charges. So that you're like incentivized to take the first shot whenever, and then you have a second shot later. The second one's the one you protect. The first one you can take a risk with. And the idea with that is to encourage people to actually risk their keys instead of just looking for other, because you have this weird thing that happens, I think, at the start of a week, especially when everyone has their keys and they just endlessly queue into each other's keys and no one wants to take any risk. Because that's where you get burned. Is you risk your key and you deplete it. Oh, Icy's got a 23. Pit. I don't think Ryan's on tonight, right? Is Ryan never on tonight? My DK is like a 22 something. I messaged around, give him a couple minutes, and if not, Aaron would probably send this 23 pit into the dirt because Icy's like down to farm keys up. I probably should log on for that. I mean, we can only do that if we do it like right now because Aaron's about to go to sleep. What do you guys do, Aaron? Are you falling asleep? You already have. Okay. I mean, we either hold the key or we just fucking send it. Because he's gonna farm a key. He's gonna farm a key back. That's what I'm saying to Icy. I messaged Ryan. I'll give him a few minutes. And then he's AFK though. He isn't on yet. I don't think he's only on for a few hours. I don't expect, what key did my DK get though? I don't actually check. It's a 22, so I wasn't like super interested in that. What 22? I mean, we should, technically speaking, Cora and you should be completely fine for 22s because you did 22 AA. Or 21 AA. 21 AA is easier than the majority of 22s. So you guys should be completely fine for you guys should be fine to do 22 attempts. Apart from maybe Nexus Point. Nexus Point's fucking hell. I don't know if double DK is good for Nexus Point. That shit is not good. I got Pit 22. I got the best 22. Yeah, I saw that, and that's really good, Dank. That was a good change today. They brought it back as a PvP talent. It was a nonsensical prune, and I guess it just takes time for them to react to it. I mean, it's criminal they removed it because there was no reason to. But they lost that for absolutely no reason. They've had scatter longer than that. They've had everything else. You know what I mean? Like it was extremely unhinged of them to remove it. But yeah, I mean, you guys can. You guys are stopping tonight early though, right? I'm gonna send up this 22 after we do it. We're gonna deplete our 23 right now, or time it, or whatever we do, and then we'll have 222 pits that we need to send. Unfortunately, I can't use this. Next week I can. I mean, it was a weird prune. It is a very little logic in it. Is there a world where it's better to play this belt without a socket? I feel like sockets is a lot of stats to miss out on. This one's like what, 30? Nah. Pretty unlikely. Yeah, I think sockets are worth a ton. I guess it's probably like 1% damage or something. Perfect stats nice though. I mean, she's almost done with hers. I see if you want to try and do it. She's on a bid really. She's got to be up in like 6-7 hours. So we got to go as fast as possible tonight. But we should get more 23. I mean, I've got the best 22, so I should be able to send this up pretty quick too. Yeah, only 39 more things, not ideal. I mean, it's the same exact item, just with the stats flipped. I just fucked it up. Like I shouldn't have, I should have done what I did there. Does have speed in it though. How much speed do I get? Wait, what? How OP is movement speed on? It's worth 5% movement speed? That's crazy. Yeah, I'll stop it next week for sure. I wanted to coin twice this week, so I coined that from Rotmire, and then I used the other coin with Joe. All right, we'll be back one sec. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you very much. Nortic for the resub, RT for the resub, Arglin for 5 subs. Back in a few minutes, guys. Thank you very much as well, Joe, man. Have a good night, buddy. We're back. Here it isn't long. Let me see if I see what's coming. I mean, is that or he's gonna pug it, right? So are you on? Let's see what signs up. I don't think this is a good one for this is Icy's kill pass and lead. It's a new mount for like 6 months sub. I think it's supposed to be like summary or something. It's a good number of orcs though. I think Sharpie's getting really good changes then, huh, Auntie? Or you mean no one's talking about it? Like no one realizes they're gonna be insane? I mean, I assume the play is to go, I don't know. Depends on what you get tank wise, but all right. Aaron is getting ready for sleep. While we form this group. I think Icy wants to try with Org. But he's gonna send the key tomorrow, so we just know it now. For that tank looks strong. Is that tank a gamer? Wait, Mr. Emitter again? It's totally different. They don't have spin, right? Bro, 4137 as a Shadow Priest kind of crazy. Tile school?
Yeah, it was a big tank that signed up, but he wasn't. What's okay? We're having a bit of trouble finding a tank. A lot of trouble finding a tank, actually. Everyone's Frostmourne. I assume these tanks are all oceanic. Beyond disturbing that 2.2k against Mistweavers, it's one of the pairs too strong. Any tips you give? Having the enemy full HP outside of CC, I think, is your issue. Oh, that's a strong log. Snapped him. But his Q's like a while. At least at a point where it's just tanks, right? What kind of what we got? That's a mythic litany. What is this? Is this trinket good? Never heard of this before. No idea what it is. It is good? Oh, it's lure trinket. Oh, he's a raider. Erin wants to go on her other. She actually has a shaman that has, I guess it's only heroic litany, but she has like mythic. She has a bit of. Well, this one got an upgrade this week. She got this trinket this week on this character, but her other one has heroic litany and the mythic version of Sunstone, the 298 version of it. But she's missing sockets. So she's missing 3 sockets. I don't know. It's actually interesting. Maybe the 3 sockets aren't that crazy. Well, I assume also probably eye level from like Spellfused gear. Would you say Void Scout or Annihilator is better for 3-3 and shuffle? Both. I think you really wanna be open with it. If you want to succeed in shuffle, it's really OP being able to play 2 different playstyles. So Annihilator, really, it's only strong if you play the full, like the if you play the 100 soul meta. So you play the PvP talent. If the lobby isn't looking good for those kinds of timings, like you're not going to get 100 souls, you would way rather play Void Scud. Right? So it really depends on what your win condition is. Are you winning quickly? Are you winning, like, you got to kind of picture, can you win in one, in shuffle, your question is, can I win in a single transform? And if the answer is no, Void Scud's probably better, right? Because Void Scud, you'll get at least 2 transforms per in that time, potentially 3. The chance of you getting 2 Serenity to Madness or whatever it is, I don't know the name of it is, the big meta. The chance of getting 2 metas are pretty unlikely in shuffle. Nah, I swear the big that talent, it's not because of the fact that, well, it is because you're in the meta long enough that you actually like overrun people's cooldowns, but more important than that, it's the 10% damage amp, which multiplies with everything else. I have not seen a single person play. I feel like if you're playing Annihilator, you're playing 100 soul meta. At least from what I've seen, you're just always doing 100 soul meta and trying to win that way. If you want to play 50 soul meta Annihilator, just play Void Scud. Because Void Scud will just have more goes more frequently, and you're not, like, you have less lethality during your go, but you have more frequent goes. It just depends. You're like, I think Annihilator 50 soul meta is just worse than Void Scud. At least to me. I think that's your choice. Like, can you win? Like, is the team vulnerable enough to die in a single long meta? Or if not, play Void Scud and have more options. That's what I don't think I've seen a single person play 50 soul meta Annihilator. I've seen everyone play Surrender Annihilator, and I feel like Surrender Annihilator is really good. Yeah, so it depends on the game, right? I think some lobbies will be ultra damp and give you the opportunity to, like, some lobbies will be really squishy, right? Like, for example, if you're against a Death Knight, I feel like Annihilator is just better always. Annihilator is insane against Death Knight. 100 soul meta Annihilator against Death Knight is insane. You get plenty of souls anyway. You have a chance at getting 2 metas. Really, really good in that lobby. Really good in BM lobbies probably too to play Annihilator, is my guess. And then you're making a judgment call. Like, there'll be some lobbies that are really dampeny, like no one can die forever, and those lobbies you're planning for 2 big metas, right? But then as for Void Scud, I mean, Void Scud just fits in. I don't think Void Scud's specifically ever better, but it's better than, like, I think it's better than 50 soul meta, basically. The problem with 50 soul meta is you're not in meta long enough for it to matter. Like you're not, like, 'cause you kind of have to play star, right? Like, what are you gonna play, not star? Like, playing not star but not having the extra sanity, like, the reason why you can play no star and play big meta is that it has, like, reduced sanity drain, right? Reduced soul drain. So that allows you to not play collapsing star is an insane way to maintain your meta because it pauses your sanity drop when you press it. But if you're not going to play star, you're just going to drop out of meta far too quickly, I think, to get anything going on. Yeah, well, I get the star's not necessarily crazy. Star's weird. I mean, stars to stay in meta longer, I think, and also it is technically bustier by quite a bit because you can pre-farm your empowered reap, and then you can always send, like, you can, if you actually blink it, you have 3 hits happen at once. You can hardcast collapse, spam reap off, and then blink because there's travel time on the reap. So then you while there's travel time on star and reap, or on reap and star. So while that travel time's happening on those two, you blink on top of them and press consume or devour, and all 3 hit at the same time. From a burst standpoint, like, reap devour is not even close to that. The 3v3, I've seen both. You have the same question. You have an easier time playing Annihilator in 3v3, I think, because there's a very good chance that lobbies will go to multiple big metas, because threes is not limited by the same like, there is a set of rules for shuffle, right? Shuffle will always have dampening ramp at the same exact rate, and by the 3-minute mark, the game is unplayable for everyone. No one can heal. The games, that's why shuffle games always end at the same time, pretty much. They always end, they cannot go beyond 3 minutes. Like, they can barely go beyond 3 minutes. Like, 3 minutes 10 seconds, 3 minutes 20 seconds is like the longest shuffle you'll ever see. And that's where, like, people, like, have immunities and no one has CDs or something. I don't even know. I'm not even sure how it goes beyond that. But 320 is basically the hard limit for shuffle because of dampening. Now threes, the dampening hasn't even started at that point. You're still at like 10, 11%. Technically speaking, threes can go for 8 minutes. And in those situations, obviously, you can have many transforms. But it depends what you're against, because some teams will also be able to kill you in a very short period of time too. So you have to kind of decide what you want to do. I've seen both do well. I do see a lot more Annihilator nowadays. I don't see nearly as much Void Scud as I did earlier on in the season. Void Scud post, like, they gave it some very small nerfs, and I feel like a lot of people just play Annihilator now because of it. Void Scud, yeah, I mean, Void Scud's super annoying against melee in general. Really good against warriors, I think, too. Like, stuff that you can really take advantage of glimpse, like spamming glimpse. You see the hungering nerf? I didn't. I saw there were some PvP changes today. That's a PvE change, I assume you're talking about? This is the notes today. They apparently fixed an IBG problem. Let me see. Is this the same date? July 8th. Housing. Oh, they buffed DKs yesterday. Wait, what the fuck is this? July 8th. July 9th? Oh, wait, no. I didn't say they changed that last week. Okay. Today, these are the changes. Devourer. Hungering Slash probably gives temporary charge of Vengeful Retreat rather than giving a free cast. Oh, that's a big nerf. So previously you got 2, now you only get 1. I mean, it's a good change. I guess that's it's actually interesting because this has no impact on PvE whatsoever. They weren't using all those charges before anyway. That's kind of hilarious. Just a PvP that's the that's the PvP devs pushing through a change that only affects PvP, doesn't affect PvE. They don't, like in PvE, you don't care about mobility nearly as much. Also, no one plays Void Scout in PvE, so yeah, there's that too. I mean, a lot of stuff just PvE changes. I don't worry about it too much because, like, I feel like tuning is going to be what you care about more than like, design changes are interesting. Is the survivability going to hit? Yeah, not really. I'm happy that they're like. I will say one thing about this patch that makes me happy overall. Looking at all this, looking at everything, I'm really happy that it seems like there was a PvP like there was a rampant PvP dev for the last 2 expansions, throwing in a ton of shit into the game that was just like, who asked for this? You know, really, really like strange changes. Overpower barrier giving invisibility, like mass invis existing in general, like all these crazy mechanics. CC change going to 16 seconds. Like some dev just like locked all the other devs away and started making crazy changes that really didn't benefit anyone except for the specs that were already. It was weird. It was like doubling down on powerful specs. Like the specs that I would consider PvP specs that were already super far ahead just kept getting given buffs for no reason. And one thing that makes me happy, I'm just saying, like, there's no nice way to say this stuff, right? This is stuff where I'm like, okay, the metas already go on one direction competitively, and you keep making changes that keep pushing it further that way. Basically, Dragonflight Season 2 on, I have been very confused. And I think some of it probably is just the mechanism that Blizzard used to change the game. I think they can only make these types of adjustments. Like they usually make them in the 0.1 patch. 0.1 patch is normally the big PvP patch. And I gotta say, this patch is looking pretty good because the 0.1 patch actually is addressing, they're stripping away a lot of the shit that they've been putting in for no reason, which is really nice. Like Scatter coming back is like that. I mean, that was probably the PvE devs like, no one uses this talent in PvP anyway, so why even have it exist? But then the PvP devs like, wait a second, this has existed for literally 20 years at this point. Removing this seems a bit weird, especially when it is really important for PvP. Not that Hunter feels terrible to play or anything, but like it should exist. Add a 3 second or 3 seconds as well is kind of nice for them. You know what's weird? You know what I would love? I love the idea of I would have loved for Scatta to be on Fadia, which sounds cooked, but remove Binding Shot. That's what I think. I feel like that would be the more interesting thing to me. I think that would be better for the game. weirdly enough. I think being able to scatter trap on CD is like, I like that gameplay. And I just like them to compensate by destroying, or by making it a choice node with binding. I can, Zai, but yeah, I feel like scatter should be the main setup CC for trap. Also, and I'll say this as well, the reason why I like that pressure from a design standpoint, I like that because when is the situation where, for people that have played against hunters before, when is the situation where trap feels like too much? And I'll tell you when I think it is. It's when there's fair off of it. When you're playing against like a complex jungle and you get stun, trap, and then you get fed out, that is the most terrifying combo. So why not incentivize them to use scattershot instead to make that combo not as frequent? Like, it puts a lot of pressure on you to scatter trap, which kind of means the fair off is half, which is a situation where I feel like trap is currently too powerful. So I actually think from a gameplay standpoint, it would probably, even though it would be stronger for hunter teams that don't play with fair, it would overall be healthier for the game. Maybe that's a weird take, but I think it would actually be better for the game overall. I think it's too late for Aaron now. Unless a tank shows up literally right now. I mean, I think she's literally asleep. I think we should just let her sleep at this point. Should be a Disarient. Disarient is Incap, right? Oh, is Disarient the other one? Is Disarient the Fadia one? It's currently an Incap, which is the same as, I think Fadia would be sick for it. It would actually make the game better. It would make it better for them, but also better for everyone else. Yeah, I want Scatter to be a Fadia. And it's not because I think it'd be better for the hunter to get traps. It would be. But it's because they could no longer, like, they'd be put in situations where, like, it is actively more difficult. Like, Priest Hunter is one of the most annoying things to fight against. Like, getting cloned off. I don't think so. I don't think other classes are actually depressed. I think that more often than not, it basically puts a more low effort way to get your trap. In Shuffle, it's fried? Is trap that crazy in Shuffle? Bro, half the hunters I fight in Shuffle at high rated shuffles don't even trap. They literally just run away in AFK and win in dampening. I don't even know if they do trap in high ratings. The best hunters in Shuffle aren't trapping on CD. They literally just fucking run around and dampen. Because taking damage and going for a trap means taking damage, and taking damage is not worth it. Are you sure that people actually CC like heavily? I feel like as a hunter, pushing into the open is like super dangerous. Like, hunter isn't tanky enough to just, like, you know? So I don't think it would actually be that fried at all. But also, like, there's no, like, most healers coincidentally have Fadia, right? Like, I think, wait, does every healer have Fadia except for Shaman? You have sleep from Masuiva, which they're usually playing. You have sleep from Prez, which is the most popular healer. You've got Cyclone from Druid. You've got Fair from Priest. You've got Blind from Paladin. Those are the CCs that are the most devastating follow-ups to a trap. And the trap makes it incredibly easy to land those. So I actually, I swear to you, Scatter being on Fadia actually it means they blow the Fadia on a 3-second CC. You understand? Like, it's actually like I feel like from a game design standpoint, the game would actually feel better in most situations. Because it actually DRs the follow-up. While also making the hunter not feel like they have to like play in really stupid spots to get their traps. So like I see it as one of those things that has very low downside. But it also makes the class much more playable into classes that have like, you know, things like again, sank, grip, that type of thing. You just have more ways to like, you know, let's say you stun and then someone life grips your trap, you have more, like you have another tool to use to scatter trap off. That type of thing. And people will still do that anyway, but I don't know. You still get value from the grip in that situation too. Like if you grip a trap, yeah, you should just go to sleep, I think. I don't think this is happening. I do like the corpse playstyle that you played it a lot over wounds. I mean, I don't like pets in general. The playstyle like is relatively supplementary in a lot of ways. So in the end, it doesn't matter that much. It's almost the exact same thing. Except you're summoning pets. Like wounds is like, so pet the press festering strike, get wounds on yourself, and then press scourge strike to spawn pets playstyle is largely like what's the word I'm looking for? It's theatrics, right? It's not really different. Like in terms of how you actually play, it's almost the same. From my point of view, the only difference is you're fucking up everyone's FPS. You don't actually have interactions with your pets. So I don't, you know, the pets are doing nothing. You press Scourge Strike, it spawns up instead of you popping a wound and doing damage, instead you spawn a pet that does the damage that wound would have done over time with auto attacks. The only real change is the putrefy button, which could have been part of the old, like that's not new. That could have been, putrefy could have existed last expansion too. That's not even remotely, you know, if they wanted to do putrefy, they could have done putrefy. The original mechanic for putrefy was interesting because the original mechanic for putrefy involved you spawning a pet and then throwing it with the putrefy, right? They got rid of that. So putrefy could have existed last expansion in its current incarnation. Like DK is just a whole bunch of, like this entire spec, the rework in general, is 1,000 compromises turned into a spec. That's all it is. It's nothing like the original vision for the spec was relatively unique, and it's become, I mean, I didn't like the original. It was unique, but I didn't like it. The one it is now could have been the old playstyle too. You could literally, like, I mean, it effectively is not that unique anymore. It's just you spawn a whole bunch of pets. And I just think that gameplay is dog shit. Not just because the gameplay is dog shit, but because you're spawning a trillion pets that are just lagging everyone out in PvE. And then in PvP, if you have two, so I was doing double Death Knight keys, and our FPS goes to 1, we all spawn our pets. It's like a part of the, you know, when you have a trillion mobs stacked on top of each other, and then you also have a Mythic Plus dungeon from one DK, and you have a Mythic Plus dungeon from the other DK, that's not gameplay. That's not gameplay at all. You have literally, I'm not even kidding. You know, if the pool has 30 mobs in it, some pools have 30 mobs in it. So 30 mobs from the game, maybe 40 mobs from the game. Then each DK brings 25 additional mobs. You've just got 100 mobs standing on top of each other. Is that good gameplay? Fuck no. It's terrible. It's literally just, yeah, I mean RP, I guess. There's no, it's just role play, but it's not even good role play because it's not even like really, it's not thematic to the DK spec at all. And you have absolutely no interaction with your pets. Your pets, I mean, next patch, your pets will attack with you sometimes, which is at least better, right? They're gonna try to skirt strike when you skirt strike and stuff. That's okay, I guess, but in general, spawning a trillion pets is not good gameplay. You'll never convince me that you should intentionally just fuck everyone's FPS over for the sake of I don't even know what. It's not even, again, it's not even like, it's not thematic to the DK playstyle anyway. Like spawning the horseman, like the this tree, this hero talent, right at the apocalypse talent tree. Notice that every horseman does something. They all have like some that they actually thought, like whichever dev can, like I don't like hero talents in general, for the most part. But at least these horsemen, they attempted to make them useful. Like each horseman that came up, like it doesn't really shape your gameplay that much, but they tried. They made an effort. There's no gameplay with Magus. There's no gameplay with lesser ghouls. So why even have them exist? They don't do anything. They don't shape your rotation. When you have a certain number of ghouls, it doesn't change your rotation. That would be maybe a more interesting way to do it, right? Like if you've got a certain number of, like you could put a cap on lesser ghouls that exist, and once you have a certain number of them, your rotation changes to like empowering your, like maybe you could do something interesting, like every ghoul that you spawn makes your coil stronger, right? Like every single one you empower makes another ability more powerful to then force your rotation to change to coil. So at least you're doing something with them, right? They have some innate value. But these aren't real pets. They're just, you spawn them and they're NPCs that are doing their own thing. It has no interaction with your rotation at all. They aren't doing anything special that changes the way you play. You continue your rotation and pretend they aren't there. So I would argue that the gameplay is terrible, and there's no redemptive factor to it. It creates lag. It causes people to get funnel off of you in arena. And it has absolutely no gameplay value whatsoever. Literally, it's there for RP reasons only. So I don't know. I'm not sure. There's no nice way to put that. There is no gameplay with those pets. And I'm someone who has liked almost every interaction, like almost every iteration of Death Knight. I've been very, very vocally happy with. Like usually they're improving, they're solving a problem with each type of iteration. This one does not. This one feels like WoD, except worse. WoD was a similar way. You lost Necrotic Strike and you got nothing in return for it. This is the same thing. You got given nothing. To you not around, right? Corey, you around? I'll just find with this pet, I guess. We can look. There's no way to remove pets. They spawn. Next patch, less of them will show up for other people, so only the DK's FPS gets fucked. But yeah, I don't know. Whomever came up with the Death Knight class design They did not cook. I mean, they probably were forced to cook, but I mean, last season's one was one that, I mean, it felt like a bit of a nod, right? It felt like a bit of, this guy's reeling his key. It felt like a bit of a nod to they had a design they started in Legion and they kept amping it up and amping it up and amping it up. And they got to a point where, like, okay, we're about to rework. I guess they already planned to rework it up to whatever they're doing this expansion. So they're like, okay, let's give them everything. And then last season was them getting the whole kit with no compromise, and that was crazy. It was really, really fun. But it was, you know, I guess they had nowhere else to go with it. So it was just kind of the end game for it. Is this guy full 21 Brazil? If this guy's 21 Brazil, I could grab him. It's the easiest 22. So like, as long as his route's good, technically speaking, this is fine. Is that 21 Brazil though? I have to see if he's 21 Brazil or not with that. Technically speaking, it might be fine. Where's the ASCII at? I can't search him. Huh. I guess I can't search this guy. There it is. I just have to search it that way. This guy is pretty close to 20 Brazil. Alright. We just need a I mean, this is the easiest 22, so as long as he survives it, I don't think it's a problem. I think I'm trying to grab an AUG. Evan, do you want to come AUG for us? You have an AUG, right? We've been AUG'd by you before, I believe. How long does it take for someone to get glad if you... I'm trying to understand what you mean. I would say glad? In terms of experience, starting from elite in like shuffle or something? I mean, right now there's a lot of inflation. So if you just play, you're probably chilling. You know what I mean? It's 50 wins from elite on. But I mean, right now it's just games. You just need to have your mindset is going to dictate your success right now. Like purely, you need to make sure the games you play, because of how much inflation there is and how much opportunity there is right now in the threes bracket, your main goal is having like finding 2 players you enjoy playing with, play a comp that at least you can be relatively like you want to be confident that the comp you're playing is capable of it. But beyond that, you need to try and make sure the games are you against your opponents and not you against your teammates. Adversity is gonna start mostly with you versus like, you know, like expectations versus reality when it comes to your teammates. If you can, because you realistically, as many comps, if you work through whatever your issues are as a team, you'll be fine. You know what I mean? Like there's so much inflation to work with that if you take the time to work your way through, you know, kind of coming up with a rough guideline for how you want to play against each comp, then you'll get there. In terms of time, I couldn't tell you, but you'll get there. It's roughly 10% of the ladder right now at getting Glad and 3s. That's the most the game's ever had. 10% of the overall 3s bracket is getting Gladiator. That's absurd. Like actually absurd. So, you know, you will get Glad if you put the time in. The part that's going to cause you to fail way more than Shadowlands Season 2 was more like 6%. This is more than that. And there's still time, right? It's 10% of the current ladder. By end of season, it's going to be like 15, 16, 17. You're getting to a point where you start at 2K. 2.1K, maybe? Like 2.1K is the floor. So yeah, this is the actual percentage of players getting Gladiator is giant right now. They made there's a tweet that said that Gladiator right now is equivalent to Rival in BFA under the previous system. Or was it before? It was before BFA and Legion when they used to have before they put the 2400 Glad in. This is equivalent to Rival. Not a bad thing. Doesn't mean it's easy, but the opportunity is obviously insane, right? It's more opportunity than the game's ever had before. So it's definitely, you know, a good position to be in. Like I said, the biggest thing is going to be you not fighting with your teammates. That's what's going to trip people up. And it's really easy to do that. Like it's very, very easy to take a couple losses that are unfortunate. People start getting heated and annoyed, or just annoyed in general. It's just an emotion thing, right? And then you end up like, you know, on a team that could perfectly easily get Gladiator, getting put in a position where you end up pissed off at each other and not doing that. Best thing is just to like look at it like a project and work at it with 3 people ideally. Best folio. Best folio right now, you should be playing, I think, Unleashed Fire, and you should be playing the new one today, Overload. Doesn't really do that much, but it probably does something. You should play the Shields thing. And then if you're playing, most classes are going to play Mastery. You can play Verse too. Verse or Mastery for this rune, and this is the important rune. Does Chamberlain not have it? He does have it. But no. I mean, I could grab. We could send Warrior and see. I'm just looking at an interesting test. I mean, these guys just reroll on their keys mostly. Dragon has the advantage of buffing both of us. Hard to get. It's genuinely pretty tough to find what we're after at the moment. Wait, do you want to come along, Dubs? If you need, do you need it? Any Frost to get PvP guy coming? I mean, I could do some Frost stuff, but Frost is such an unfun spec to play. The only problem with this is like Red is like a time. I mean, you've already done 22. I'm here from stream. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. It's not like perfect for. I mean, it's. I guess it's getting practice with the normal route, but it's nice for this anyway. It'll be fine. What do you normally game with when you do the Dubs? I mean, I stream other stuff too. I've tried to stream other stuff too. It's just not. The vast majority of people don't have that opportunity, and I'm actually like super fortunate that I've been able to stream as much PvE as I've done this season. I'm scared of it, honestly. It's one of the things that scares me the most. Is like I think I'm streaming too much PvE, but fuck your mental health. I like WoW. I played WoW for the 12 years before I streamed too, to be fair, and enjoyed it. It's not really a problem in that respect. You know what I mean? Certainly not something I'm worried about. It's not being forced at all. I think that's the part where you're wrong. I know how lucky I am. Like I truly do. If I could do this for another couple years, even 2 years, I'd be super fucking happy. I love doing what I'm doing. I'm not even remotely. I'm extremely grateful to be able to stream, and I will happily do it as long as people let me. But that isn't the reality in general for virtually everyone. Like it's you know, life. Generally speaking, a lot of people that I've known have quit because obviously they have no choice, right? And one day that'll be me. That's the inevitability of it all. Not today. I mean, it's tough to like a lot of people. I've seen a lot of people try and venture out, and it does a lot of damage. And potentially the case from my POV will be, I'm not really trying to transition my content into PvE. More in this case, it's like an intermission because of the fact that Erin enjoys PvE so much, and you know, I feel like her being happy doing something with me for the first time in like 5-6 years is probably a good thing. You know, even if I take some risks and maybe burn some bridges in that respect. But you know, I assume by next season I'm pretty much completely back to PvP. And I also have said to Erin as well that for the last couple weeks of the season, I would prefer to mostly PvP for that. You can always do both. It's difficult because it's not really how streaming works. I wouldn't expect that most people that only PvP, which is probably the bulk of the people that watch me normally, are willing to put up with me just not PvPing for a night. You know, like turning my stream on and then not PvPing for a whole night is like not. That's not fair. That's not, you know, that's kind of not what we're here for. Yeah, no, I know. Look, we're gonna go back to threes a lot more, like that style of threes. For next season especially. This season's a weird season in general. What happened to her? Oh wait, am I the wrong build? I don't know what's going on. Do I not have? Bro, what is this? What is going on here? Fuck, man. I mean, I have to right click set focus, man. Because some weird shit has happened. I don't know how. It's not like it's impossible to right click set focus, but it's certainly not ideal to do it that way. Pass goes off. Oh. I'm alive. One death so far. This is the right build, but I think I wonder if my add-on got wiped. Or, I don't understand. I'm missing two very important macros. Anyway, for this particular instance, we will have to do things a bit differently. So in this pull here, I think I need to do my best to set it up. I think both enforcers have to. One of those enforcers definitely has to die. I don't know which one though. I don't think both have to die. But I do think you want to set it up in such a way that you can start chain pulling across. Doesn't matter. They're all dead at the same time. Bro, this is definitely the wrong build. I'm going to Shadow Mill bound. Did my... I'm so confused. Oh, it's the wrong build. I mean, it's the right build, but the wrong build. It's the same talents, but the wrong keybinds. It's Mythic plus AoE 2 is what I'm supposed to have, not Mythic plus 2. I assume the correct binds are in that one. Cloaksy plays well? I think he does, yeah. Tank seems good. So let's pull as a gargoyle. The gargoyle should be first, I think. That blast going off, I zone it. Are we losing Icy? I guess we are, maybe. He lives, but he should have got freedom though. Perhaps we didn't have it. Icy Blast is just chain casting. I feel like the tank shoot is on Icy Blast ideally. Because that gargoyle's got so much health. This is looking really messy. I'm kicking the Icy Blast for him. I'm potting this pull, even though it's terrible to do. Because we are behind. Not in terms of the actual pull itself. I just adjusted and it's sort of okay. Now it should be Lich. Probably. I don't think we're behind from a time standpoint. We're just behind in terms of like... Really, it should be Tank getting his own thing. Lost him. He got back up. Tank got fucked up but not killed. This guy's not part of this. I'll get it though. My thing is just so buggy. I tried to pull my pets off and melt. Doesn't work. That Great Blade's not part of that. Yeah, we probably should have zagged that thing. We just have on that pack. Oh yeah, that's what happened. That one grip probably did fuck it up for us. I think Gary needs to die first on these packs. We don't pull him more? Oh wait, I have a root. I don't have a root break in this build. I guess I'll just stand on this. Maybe a little bit small for a 22, but he probably doesn't have his cooldowns or something? I'm not sure. Stop both casters there. This is the spot where the tank is getting a little bit less confident. I don't think we lost too much time here, but my cooldowns were a little bit scuffed. I think we hold them now for boss. I mean, it's a scary pull. I've heard Ascension's good too. I believe it. I've seen some really interesting stuff from Ascension. Okay, so our timings do not look great. We're gonna have to make up some time. You really don't want to pull this boss with only 1 minute on Lust. Kind of bailed the last second because I feel like it was better. I'm so used to like. Epic we pulling small. Looks like small with a chain pull is what he's going for, which is fine. He's burn the lich and move on with this strat. Maybe a little bit conservative considering we're not looking great time wise. Just got fucking blasted by that. He's getting in. Are we doing the skip? Some good freedoms in these debuffs. Some pretty bad kicks for me so far. Another freedom save. Nope. No. We're not doing the skip. I guess we're not doing the skip. I don't know if they have the time to not do the skip. I doubt we're doing the skip at this point, but I'm also not sure if his route even takes into account that he skipped some trash I feel like he needed for the skip. I don't think there's any skip happening. No, he's running straight into it. He's gonna slow it down a teeny bit here. That Lich needs to be dead before he does the next pull. So I don't think it has to die, but the Lich needs to be dead. Or it's death. Once the Lich is dead, he can pull. So I should prep for Lust in a sec. We're looking really bad, but this pot picked up huge time. Even with very, like, I would say pretty small pulls, but it didn't matter. 550 for this is, or 530 is fine for this. Fuck. I don't know if I trust that. Green unless you stay in green. That's crazy. If that's actually true, I just don't know if I try. I'll watch you do that one before I, you know. Oh, that's close to killing me. You can freedom and stand on this from. Is that really how this works? Normally, I would stop all those. Oh, I'm afraid. Normally, I would stop all those casts really easily, but it's way harder to do. There. What did I get? Skyreach. Absolute dog shit. I had the wrong build. I can just delete this thing. This is the wrong build. I think it's this thing. That looks wrong too. No, that's alright. Yeah, okay. If you want to look for mine, Icy, we could do mine, deplete it. Because that key's, I don't think that key's even like it's that key is like the biggest waste of time for us to do. I would just re-roll this key. basically. So if you wanna send my 23 Skyreach and see if we can find anything. Then we can. But uh, 20 plus, no, gear doesn't change. It drops two whatever it's like low. It's like heroic tag, yeah. Normal same as 10 or 8 or whatever it is. It's like 266, 263. So you just stand on the green when it does the. Yeah, I was scared too. So you just tank the whole thing. Yeah, we got Skyreach, which is like really unfortunate. Doesn't hurt you to place now. Interesting. I don't know if we can find someone slate. This guy thinks the skip's too important in this place. Oh, this guy's a High Mountain Tarn. That's brutal. Wait a second. Isn't there an item that gives you Shadow Meld? Can you use Shadow Meld and that item? Oh, it doesn't exist anymore? I tried to get rid of a Night Elf with that, but then people just have Night Elf. But you can't anymore, I guess. Was that Birkenman? Yep. The fuck, man? What? What did it start saying at the end? It was. Mythic Plus and PvP? I'm probably going to PvP in a sec because I don't think this Mythic Plus is happening. I'll give us like 3 full minutes. Give another. It's Frost Monovoker again, unfortunately. Not that he wouldn't probably be fine, but it's just obviously sketchy. I think if we don't find something super promising, it's not worth doing. Mostly because there's a decent chance I can reroll this into a different 23 versus just standing into the wind. It is cool we pug one shot there though. All right. We're going to log on and queue a blitz. We're not on super late tonight, another 3 hours or so. It's still a while, I guess. Let me spin it real quick. And we'll queue blitz, and that's probably it. Shovel doesn't really pop. All right. We are in queue. I'll be right back. All right. We're back. Like you popped, they went away. Sonny online, but on the wrong region. It's a cube. All right. I think for this, I think I'd rather surrender for this map. I really shouldn't grab this suck. I should let them have it. I just don't do damage at the start of the BG, so like, it seems kind of toxic for me to take it. How do you make this so you like blink? No, I don't know. I want to test that. I'm assuming you can do a similar thing where you force it to snap if you like shift at the perfect time, maybe? Trained by a warrior here. It's a bit weird. He's dying without meta. He is dead. Okay, I don't know what the fuck just happened, but... we have a meta. Oh my god, please don't. I was just like low for such a long time. I couldn't get to him. I had to like waste the meta too. One of those very unsatisfying spots where like... I don't know. I think I actually got to their... I definitely got to healers. I had to fight super hard to get there. But I feel like they did not successfully save me. So we just have a way worse... I think we have a pretty bad comp. But I'm also not sure I'll actually get to transform this BG either, the way this is going. The healers are too occupied getting the flag out in the first place. Bro, that was the healer that just went past me. I'm literally watching that dude literally walk past me. I got to that guy before. I swear, this has been a weird game. I'm definitely... I feel like... Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a I think we literally have an AFK priest. Well, we successfully did not transform once this PG. But I do think that one point could have been so different. This has been an experience. Well, I set a long ass queue. The rogue finally stopped camping. Rogue's just one step ahead. I'm Nova, so I'm gonna get blasted by it, and I also need 100 stacks to actually do anything, but this has been a rough one. Wait, their disc is void too? Or we should not have lost this, I don't think. Surely void is not good here. Don't see my buzz. I don't need to see the CD on it. In general, the number of times, like, you'll never, it's like a pointless thing to have. I've got it, but I don't have it on my buzz because I don't think it's a relevant cooldown to look at. Use it at the start of a game and then like in the middle of a game if someone like, I mean, very rarely outside of that, but you don't need to actually see it on your buzz. It'd be like an irrelevant thing to look at. No, I try to get rid of any cooldown that's not actually useful. Like, I don't need third glaive with my buzz as a spec either, although I guess I need a show tip for it. But it's an irrelevant cooldown for the spec. It was relevant for damage as Havoc at one point, but not anymore, I don't think either. You're just trying to land stuff that actually matters. Well, I don't know how I feel about doing a shuffle, but I'll try it. Well, as long as I get one win, I get points. I actually don't like inflation like this. Like, I actually genuinely kind of hate it. Like, I'm in a lobby that I can't, even if I go 0-6, I don't lose anything, right? It's just MMR. But like, it's not true progression, and I didn't earn this MMR. I didn't earn 3K. I did nothing. I barely play this. Would you start it? I don't know. I mean, I play this like I get a queue once every couple weeks, and I just have 100 more rating whenever I do. There's no, I didn't do anything. The build's wrong now. I realize. Unfortunately. I think it's a terrible hit, but I definitely should not be playing. I don't know if I have a build for it. You don't. I have Void Scout only. Do I have a? Any of these builds? That one looks closer. He had bubble, man. He actually died before transform. Pretty sure I transformed first there too. Well, he must have lower verse than me. He can do anything, right? Did he transform? I don't know. There definitely had options. Might not steal his build because I feel like my build's wrong. Yoink. Oh, it's not really much. It's like 2% crit. Battle against. Okay. Sure. Yeah, he's playing 2% verse. I ain't on that level. I have verse. I have some verse. I actually have a lot of verse. The fuck? Do I have the option to go lower than this? I don't think I do. So key to transforming faster is actually just spamming devour or consume. Oh, huh? Or what did he die to? Fuck, his death is absurd. You got fully fucking Sandman. What the fuck? Oh wait, do I have? I do. Bro, he got absolutely fucking deleted. 200k cull. I have Hungering Slash. Oh, for extra glimpse. Wait, I'm not even playing glimpse. He's not playing glimpse either. Why wouldn't you play Void Glare Boon instead? What is the point in this build? Just so we can double. I said nothing. Odd. I was doing less. To be fair, nothing about the 2% of us life. Oh, that's brutal. I'm one IB behind. All right. We're not that far off, but we're off by a little bit. Once again, did I learn anything? No. I don't think so. Hey, Shadow. I don't know if we're doing much else tonight, Cora. I don't know if we've got we did that. We timed that key, it became a 23. We're doing okay. We're not doing too bad. Became a 23, which kind of puts it in a spot where it's not usable. It became a 23 Skyreach, which is like not timeable for us, so it's better to re-roll it. Wait, what's wrong? Oh, the heat? The heat's cooking you? Yeah, it's brutal. That's truly fucking brutal. Wait, 95 freedom units is not very hot. By American standards. As long as you have, if you go about 100, like you have to have cooling to like not get shit on by above 100, but How's it built to heat the kit? Yeah, I mean, like I said, in New Zealand we didn't have any of that stuff. We don't have heating or cooling in New Zealand for the most part. You have like just the basic, like you have a fan and you have like a, you know, I mean there's obviously various like, you know, normal heaters you can get, but if it gets extremely hot or extremely cold, New Zealand, you suffer a bit. And the US, you kind of realize like how inhospitable it is. There was this one time we were driving through, we drove through Utah, we drove to Nevada. We went to like, we drove the strip for a day and all that kind of thing. And it was 100 and, I want to say 118 or 119. And you step outside and it's like a haze. Like it's actually like you just don't feel like you're on the same planet. It's not like it's bad. It's not like it's crazy bad or that. You just it's like you can feel the heat affect you. Like it's unnaturally hot. It wasn't like weirdly it didn't feel like uncomfortably hot, but like it felt you could just feel the heat a lot more. Like a headache kind of thing. And the same is true. Like we're in it was in Illinois at one point when I first came to the States, and it was like -15 maybe, but it had wind chill, and it was painful to breathe. Like it was sharp. It wasn't painful is the wrong word. Too strong a word. It was sharp to breathe. Like it was noticeably not fun to inhale. Like to deeply inhale that kind of cold was not fun. Pains were the wrong word though. It didn't hurt to breathe in, but it didn't like it didn't feel good to breathe in. That was in freedom units -15, I think, with wind chill. So like when you have wind chill, it feels colder because it's like it's that, but it's also blowing humid air at you, right? Like humid, cold air. I mean, I don't know. Like Americans don't exactly speak in Celsius, so it just got to it. Like it's one of the weirdest things about being over here is that you just don't ever see anything. Like I don't know what it's relative to. I've got no baseline because I don't. In New Zealand, nothing's ever expressed in Fahrenheit, and then in America, nothing's expressed in Celsius. The US change system, it would be far more expensive. I don't think anyone would recommend they change their system. Like, even if it makes more sense logically to have one system, it would cost too much for them to actually adjust everything. Not to mention, I mean, you have to phase it in slowly too. With like, I don't know, there's no reason for them to. It's functional, even if it's not like super logical. It's functional. I'm curious actually. In science, do they actually talk in Fahrenheit or do they talk in Celsius? I get the feeling they talk in Celsius. Always. I feel like scientifically speaking in Fahrenheit doesn't make any sense. Oh, America's all over the place. America's all over the place with what they use. And then in sports, it changes between yards and feet. I don't know, man. I mean, it's functional. It doesn't like there's not a single part of like whether that's logical or not that matters. Like it's one of those things where you're like, is that the most efficient way of doing it? But efficiency isn't the important thing when it comes to just like, everyday life. You look at temperature and like you compare it to itself, so it doesn't really matter, right? Is Rogue Mage in Shambles next patch? DI change scatters back? Honestly, Yosk, I think this is like the first equalization I've seen, but realistically, rogues still have the best stuns in the game. So is it really gonna change much? Probably not, right? Like if other classes had stuns, like you still have no. So yeah, their CC's weaker, and you can play more often, but can you kill anything? Like mages still can't be stunned, and then everyone's stuns are super weak. The ones that do land are super weak. So, like, I don't know whether we'll. So part of me thinks it could be a really bad patch for Rogue Mage. There's a CC change. There's Mass Invis being changed. There's their Overpower Barrier being changed for both specs, even Arcane. The CC like reduction going from 16 to 20 is huge, but still having half thing, it's huge. The slow change is also kind of like negative for them as well. But here's the thing. This isn't BFA, man. Rogue Mage is a dampen comp. Rogue Mage doesn't need to CC. And Rogue Mage still has the best stuns. So are we actually sure you can't just get out-brawled by them? Like, won't they... So, like, they won't adapt a setup healer, right? They probably won't adapt a setup healer. They'll probably adapt the most... Like, they'll pick whichever... Like, I'm saying, imagine a universe where Arsham was the best dampening healer in the game. Rogue Mage Shaman would be played. And they would try and dampen people. You understand? Like they like there's it's not an adaptation you would take when you can play to win. But I think Rogue Mage can certainly play many different, like they can waste their DRs only on weaning. So they can just like, they can just W key or they can S key away the whole time and then just use their CC to survive and then just try and slowly brawl you down. It's a weird game that we play. I don't know that that I would say it's specifically a bad patch for them because they still have mechanically far superior tools to everyone else. Even taking things like Scattershot into account. So I don't know. We'll see though. I think the changes are really good, but technically Rogue Mage does not have to play for any, like they don't have, like when we're like Sam and stuff were wargaming and they were getting advice, like we were CCing too much was some of the, like, like they're trying to go for CC too often. Like going for CC is kind of bad. Complete notes. I mean, there's a lot of notes. I'll throw them to you, but there's a lot of changes. It's difficult to process it all. This is the full notes. They ended up putting in, like, this is a, I was hopeful that this would be a big, when I first saw these, when you read the first set of notes, the ones that first came out with the patch, it was looking pretty lackluster for PvP. And I thought it was kind of a statement because the 0.1 patch is always where they do the most PvP changes. That's like how they've been the last about 5 years now. But they always do a lot of changes in the 0.1 patch. And I was like, there were no real changes there, but they put a lot in. There was only the CC, I think the only changes were the slow changes at that point. And then came the CC changes, and now came honor talent changes. And they're adding back in hunter stuff and all that. It's they've done well. The only thing I'm disappointed by, I think, I would love to see them have another look at stuns. Especially because they've nerfed CC on so many specs so much. I would love to see things like Stormbolt more competitive. I would love to see Intimidation more competitive. I'd love to see Asphyxiate more competitive. I'd love to see... Like, I feel like Rogue still has far more frequency of stuns and the ability to self-DR their own stuns, no matter what spec you play. I feel like it's a bit tragic that no one else can kill in stuns except for Rogues and Hunters. And it's very rare for other specs. That's the bit that I feel like Dragonflight Season 2 really fucked up. The game has felt really weird since then. I get that for Shuffle that isn't probably a positive change, but I feel like when you've stripped away so much of the other CC in the game at this point, that they've stripped away a lot of control, right? Like if you look at Dragonflight Season 2 or Dragonflight Season 1 to now, they have removed and pruned a lot of CC on top of reducing the CC and putting only 2 DRs in. It's time to buff the stuns back. Scatter does DR trap. I wish it didn't. I actually feel like I would love to see Scatter beyond fair DR, so that hunters have more comp options, and then for the comp options they currently play that are typically considered strong for hunters, they'd be a little bit weaker. So like if Scatter DR'd trap, if Scatter DR'd fair, then like Priest Hunter doesn't have as much synergy, and things like Jungle aren't as strong, but they can play other things. So I'd be a fan, or Dragon Hunter as well, same kind of thing, right? Like I feel like the idea of like Scatter DRing fair instead would be intriguing. But alternatively, I would just love to see, like stuns on non-rogue or feral classes get stronger. I feel like they deserve to be. I think it's time that we stop. Like I would love to see the meta truly shift, and I think that, and I fear that, like rogues still have, like, I'm not even kidding, it's probably like 300% more availability of stuns, and they're stronger stuns. Like every cheap shot is better than Stormbolt. The fuck is that? And it's not like they have a shortage of cheap shots when they play sub, right? Like they're able to stun like really, really frequently. Whereas everyone else has longer CDs in their stuns with more constraints, and they last, you know, less time. So I think, I mean, this wasn't a problem for the majority of the game's history. It's just, I think it's a pass-fail thing too. Like, I think they like want rogue ones to be better, but the issue is there's a point at which stuns become too much. Like, sorry, stuns become like not enough, I guess. Like, when you stun someone for 2 seconds, it's one, like you press the global on the stun, and then you get to press one global. Rogues have a shorter global, and their stuns last longer. I feel like it's really tough for like they're just not the same. They're not as equivalent. Unless you make it so when a rogue presses cheap shot, they like have a longer global or something. I feel like it's time to let people. Like I feel like it. I don't know. When you play all the classics, every stun in the game is like equivalent. Just a strange game. Like, even though Stormbolt was 4 seconds when Kidney was 6. Stormbolt felt like it was enough. And the reason for that was that you got 2 globals, like 2 clean globals into Stormbolt. And the current version of Stormbolt does not. The amount of nothing slows overall. You basically keep it all relative. It's basically the same. It just takes so long to take effect when kiting. I'm not for like whether a change is favorable or not favorable. I'm for the game feeling different. I think it could be a negative change for like, yeah, it actually is okay if it's a negative. Like, if it's a net negative, it's probably still fine. As long as next season feels distinctive to the other 7 seasons of Dragonflight we've had, then I actually think it's okay. Yeah, also mage ones are still 70%. They just are not. They didn't like nerf some of them, but it is what it is. I think the game needs to progress, and they've been like, they need to not be afraid to have a bad season. They need to not be afraid. No, they just didn't, like, some of the mage slows didn't get nerfed. Like literally. I kind of they're like proc ones they have, and they're still 80%, 70%. They still have a couple really big ones. They're just short duration, like 2 seconds of really slow. I mean, DKs get super cooked by those changes. Next patch, Chains is destroyed. So well, Mage and Rogue are the PvP specs. They've had the best PvP mechanics for the whole 20 years. They get to keep them. That's the reality. They are defended pretty powerfully just based on the fact that they've always had it. It's like, oh, they've always had this, so they should keep it. Meanwhile, other people are getting gutted at the same time. I don't know. They have done a good this patch, stripping away a little bit of their power, but obviously my fear is that they are so like, when a spec is like super far ahead mechanically, you only notice an actual perceivable nerf when the nerf puts them below something else. And I fear that these changes, I mean, it's possible that just from a pure damage standpoint, other classes are just more powerful and can overcome the imbalance. But otherwise, if things stay kind of as they are now, don't know if it'll be great. Is Powell actually different from, it's just the release version, right? I gotta shuffle before I gotta blitz. That's weird. Okay. 2,900. I guess I lost MMR, even though I went 3-3 in the last one, which is fine. I'm down to be lower than this by a lot. I don't think I ought to be at the rating I'm currently at.
Are ready and waiting. So what's the holdup?
I'm not sure how I feel about Hungering Slash either. I think I'd rather put this point into... I feel like Void Glare Bone. If you're going to commit to this... Or Singed Spirit, actually.
Game time! Don't mess this up for me.
Kind of weird, but I'm down. Dampen Trap, of course.
Wow! I'm gonna
Huh?
remember that one for a long time.
We're still at 100 Fury there, so we're not even close to timing out. That being said, my damage was not particularly impressive. That also being said, we don't have to actually win more than one round, so we get points either way. We're free rolling. %, health shield. I mean, currently they actually took away the negatives of that entirely. Ooh, ow. I did trinket there.
Keeping this fight interesting this time. Ah, come on! Right when it was getting close! Right in the...
I got through
the
Dark Blur. Maybe not super surprising to die through Dark Blur. Did my damage stop popping off at the end? It did. Ended up doing good down. That's not helping me stand on that other thing, Yosk.
Keeping this fight interesting this time. Ah, come on! Right when it was getting good! Oh, you keep spoiling all my fun! Wow! I'm gonna remember that one for a long
All right.
time.
It looks like the shaman is having some trouble.
I didn't see that coming. Neither did they.
This come on, bro, damn. Huh. I mean, I guess I could have just docked and stuff, but he's not CC'd. I think I'll just die to that, to be honest. I probably should expect it though.
Oh, you keep spoiling all my fun.
What's the serve one shot?
Oh, you keep spoiling all my fun.
That's really bad for us. We're out of form.
This is a genuine. Right in the.
Okay.
Well, everyone.
We're free rolling now. This is with the Shaman last rounds, but with DH. Yep. Who? Oh. Huh. I don't know if I've even seen anything to get soaked in this game. Honestly, is there even there's no rain down right now? There is. There it is. I'm gonna transform. That's the first step.
Ah, come on! Right when it was getting good.
I don't know what I just saw, but I was terrified of it. I'm gonna get cloned, I think.
Ah, wow!
Oh!
I'm gonna remember that one for a long time.
You popped him. He had total. You move your character? What? Because of Flummy? The outer shit? The very clone. Ah, shit. What are the other ones doing? Man, I hope that I want them to honor level is one of those things that it came out too early. It should have been. It's crazy because honor levels came out before like Fortnite, before Battle Pass, before that meta existed, and that system should have been WoW's Battle Pass. It just ended up being. They put it in and then just kind of ignored it. Final level, bro. I want them to fucking yeah. It's yep. It exists for sure. Honestly though, people got like super. There was an exploit people used in BFA. Did you use the thing in BFA where you could get like a shitload? No exploit? Yeah, me neither. I didn't do BGs in BFA, but apparently it was like some sort of trick you could use to get like just insane levels. Nice. So people got like 1.5k or 2k in BFA doing that. It was like a trick. I don't know why people did. I mean, it was when they made it like not account wide or whatever. It started out not being account wide, and then it became account wide, and it like yeah, when they merged it, there was some sort of thing. That was where a lot of, yeah. They had so much potential with that system, honestly. So tragic. They just, I don't know. And it's the kind of system that actually does, like, it's a progressive system that goes across seasons. If they actually had put effort into it, it would have been really good. It could have been really good. It still could be really good. It's just like it gives you something to do that isn't gear based. Obviously, it does nothing right now, right? But considering the issue right now is activity related, and they've made gearing very, very easy. I mean, to give you an idea, it's an advantage over PvE. PvE doesn't have any system like that. You can't get like boss killing points. I mean, I actually could. But for all I know, they'll probably do something like that before they fucking actually make the PvP one make sense. They should reset the honor system and then rework it. Did they rank 1 in WoD? In season 1 and season 3 and what I did. Not in season 2. I think it was 3 in WoD, right? WoD was the expansion they tried to get out of as fast as they could. I don't know. I do think that retail is going to get clapped by whatever they're doing. Whatever they announce at BlizzCon is probably going to clap retail super hard for a bit until Last Titan. I would predict there's just that appetite again. Like people are ready for it. Like it's across the board. Like people are ready for it. It seems like for whatever reason, I'm not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing, really. But like for whatever reason, there's this like appetite to do classic and classic reboots like every 3 years. I don't know why or how, but it seems to be what happens. Like roughly the like first hardcore kind of thing that there was like one that happened on live servers first. That happened roughly 3 years after, right? It was 2020, like late 2022 was the first one. And then it carried across 23. Honestly, it went for a long time. I mean, I don't know what Camelot even is. Bro, isn't Camelot not even WoW related? Like it's like it's a new game. I thought it was a new game based on. Is it for sure an MMO? It's the Classic Plus. Are we sure? The Slather? Well, I assume Camelot. I mean, Camelot's obviously an absolute dogshit name for WoW. Sorry, we're cutting off. How is it still going, man? I did hear you. I assume that Camelot is just like a code name. Yeah, it's just a code name for it. I'm curious. I think Classic Plus. So I would not be surprised if they. I'm under the impression. It's actually kind of risky in a way. I'm under the impression that they have lifted directly from like Ascension and another private service, and they are trying to protect themselves from lawsuits by suing them by like kind of like knocking them down first. I would not be surprised if we had the like, I don't know if you've seen the like class remixing you can do in Ascension. OSRS is classic, right? They already did classic. I mean, it's classic, but with some changes based on the community and stuff. I don't know. I don't think it's trying to live up to the expectations of OSRS. Did OSRS came out after Classic WoW, yeah? Like, I assume it's just their nod to that. Yeah, no, I get you. I'm just saying that like I don't know if it's trying to live up to that. I'm not sure if I don't actually think Blizzard want that, by the way. OSRS is awkward because from what I understand of OSRS, it completely killed RuneScape 3, right? It destroyed their actual active version of the game and replaced it with OSRS. So Blizzard don't want that for extremely obvious reasons. Right? Blizzard don't want to kill retail. I promise you. Unless they find a way to monetize their Camelot or whatever they're doing, and maybe they will. Maybe they'll actually have maybe it won't be like a free like paid for it, like just your sub is enough. Maybe you've got to actually buy the game or something. It could even, that would be weird. Holy fuck, wait. They could do that. I wonder if people would actually do that. I want the question is, and this is like really scary if you're like Ian Hazacostas or all the current WoW devs. What would it take for a classic version of the game to be worth paying a box price for? Because that's the situation that where Blizzard would not give a shit whether it kills retail or not. You know, what if Camelot is classic, but with like they've upscaled all the graphics and you pay an expansion cost, you pay $50 or whatever to get access to it. I wonder. I see what you're saying, Matt. He said Blizzard doesn't care about the player base the same way that Jagex does. If you play both games, it's more than obvious. It's tough. A lot of the people that Blizzard have had that really care about the game have been chased away by the community or just kind of moved on, and that's created a problem where like there's no public-facing figures left. Apart from like Ian. Ian seems to have incredibly thick skin when it comes to like criticism, because Ian's been getting railed by the community for like 10 straight years. I'm not kidding. Maybe 11. He's at a tough time. And he's done well. Like considering that, he you know, he does his interviews and stuff, and he doesn't like there's definitely some shit that he dodges super hard, and then he gets bathed in fire for that too. Like the most recent one, he had like an interview and he's like, it's been a good PvP season. And then he just did not elaborate at all, right? Moved on instantly, and people just fucking went for that. Yeah, he did literally, he just said enough to acknowledge it and then moved on, and then just he knew that it would start a fucking, I'm sure that he was aware like so the interviews are to sell. Like he's not interviewing to give. Like it's not the point of his interview. His interview is to like sell his game. To sell. He's the director of the game. It's his game, right? He can't sit there and be like, yeah, it's been a complicated season. People didn't like it. He can't say that. So he's like, it's been a good season. He moves on. I think next season might be a good one for you, Jay. Maybe not the CC changes, but apparently like boomy damage and stuff is going to be super meta. The amount of community feedback OSRS takes on board has been absolutely been the reason for its success, and yet still no one takes the example. We got a problem though, right? WoW's got 3 competitive avenues at the same time, which there's an issue, right? WoW's got 3, actually more than 3, like maybe 4 or 5 ways to play it, right? There's obviously like there's the like more casual, like you collect, do old content, right? That's one. That's an entire very very large section of the game. There's the competitive PvE players, but they're split in 2 between dungeons and raids. And then even in the competitive raid environment, there's like 3 difficulties of that as well. And then you've got the 3 different ways to PvP, right? And the issue is if you develop for any of those 6 different things, you fuck over the other ones. So which ones do you like? How do you deal with that? I do think that for PvP there are some easy wins too. The issue is that we've gotten too small as a community to be justifiable for it. Like we are just not big enough. I don't know. I can't help but say that I think people got burned super hard in Shadowlands. There was some big, like we were championing super hard for like solo queue, and WoW has not responded well to it. It could be coincidence, but we had, like as a community, the voice we had in season 1, season 2 of Shadowlands was extremely loud. We were a huge population of the game. And we're like, we want solo queue, right? Like kind of across the board, everyone's like, we want solo queue. And then the moment they did that, they turned around, and in 2 seasons, it must have been a pretty big undertaking for them to do. They turned around, they made it, and by season 3 of Shadowlands, you could queue for it. By season 4, it was rated. And by season 1 of Dragonflight, it was launched. They turned around very quickly with that mode. The community went away. Dwindled. I don't know. What can you do? I'm not sure if and what's happened is like gradually the voice has gotten quieter. Like our community as a whole, like we don't have the pull anymore. We don't have the side. Like there isn't a big enough community to say, hey, dedicate X devs to us, make us like fix this and that and that. We went from maybe being from what Helenka said, in WoD the PvPers were 40% of the community, 40% of the game. We were as big as the PvE side of the game. We were the same size. The PvP and PvE communities had the same voice at that time. They didn't get given the same voice, but they commanded, like they couldn't ignore them. They had to be a big part of what they did. PvP community now is like 5%. Mythic Plus is like it's not, I've been doing a good amount of it. It's hard for me to say, but like it has basically eclipsed. If you look at like the content that existed in Warlords of Draenor and Legion, at least early Legion, raiding and PvP were the biggest. They were the lion's share of competitive content at that time. Where am I going? On to quarry, rest bot side. I'm bot side. They were the lion's share of the game. Now raiding is dying. Mythic Plus is so powerful that it's killing fucking raiding. Raiding is being choked out by Mythic Plus. And then PvP has been made like we're basically Mythic Plus's bitch at this point. There's no I don't know what we do. What are we? PvP is tiny. No, I mean they should keep. I don't think that PvP is. I don't think that Mythic Plus is a justifiable problem. It's not that you should be like, oh, let's nerf Mythic Plus at all. That is not the correct. Other versions of the game need to conform. They need to rise up to the challenge. Like Mythic Plus is highly successful. Their goal should be to make their versions of the game, whether it's PvP or rating, as successful, and that's what they're doing. Next patch, they're overhauling rating. Fucked if I know what PvP does. I mean, PvP is just in a weird spot in general, but what up? It was like he lusted, and then we just poured it up with Zerk. The nice part about this is we should have time to farm up before the snow gets capturable again. Kind of weird. They're contesting this. What do I do? No, I'm taking that. Maybe it should not be him here. Oh shit. I got too far to go here. I can't be saved, but we held on for a while. I mean, Devour's been weird. Devour had a weird start. It was so much stronger on beta, to be honest. The issue wasn't Devour. I mean, the issue is Devour, actually, and you're right. The issue, the part that's more difficult when it comes to Devour, though, in my opinion, is Rogue. Rogue fucked them. Rogue Windwalker, a few other specs, just the lack of tuning in general, maybe, put them in a position where you couldn't tell what was broken accurately. We're still spinning it. I'm gonna be honest. As long as, I mean, we might lose it eventually. No, there's a walk at full health. The hunter's at full health too. We're actually holding with these 3 DPS. As long as they don't contest our shaman, we're getting so many points doing this. I don't know how these guys are so much tankier than me, man. These guys are living forever against these guys. It's like literally an endless fight. Wait, can I cap it? The answer is no. I even saw the Brett. I was in stun. Oh, I hate that. Did he get rooted by charge? Right, I just want to transform one more time. This ends up being a lot worse. And I guess we pile into that node. I mean, they have that node for sure. Need to contest farm again. Pretty annoyed that was where I broke his CC. No one else can to contest it with me. I lived a really long time to... We're winning. Maybe that was productive. Bro, I held that for ages. No verse either. I thought I like had help. My healing's actually like, you can see how broken my self healing is. We win the game now too. But I had like a giant... They just couldn't kill me solo for a really long time. Game's over. There's no one else to worry about. It's unlosable now. You can do whatever. I didn't even get transformed twice this game. It was a really annoying game for me, but... Yeah, DH is very, very powerful in threes. I think DH is the most broken spec right now, like just across the board. Like DH is the most broken class right now. Not competitively, but overall. Fuck. Doing Perez. Is that shameless? It might be. What is going on, man? I think I want staff at BG's. It's only 2 points to play. Wait, if my job is to look at the, cover this boomy, who's currently at a base. I'm gonna farm this before he shows up. It's not the boomy though, weirdly enough. I have no stacks. We're behind, but not by much. I think there's a talent you can play that gives you access to your... They're hurting both bases right now. I guess you're on the back over there. Be tough. I have no trinket here. He obviously thinks he wins if he gets one more fair, which he does. He does get it now. It's so difficult to deal with. It's probably still game though. I got 3 here. Holy shit. No way. Is there a talent that makes that happen? I guess he went with 1. As long as he gets across with it. We went with 0. We just wonder if they don't cap over on us. I briefly flew. Yeah, that's true. Apparently a pretty long queue. You see, Tony C. Wait, what? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. There's no fucking way that's what happened. What? What the fuck? Bro, that's daylight savings time has a very real reason for it. Like it I mean, technically speaking, you can exist without it, but like it's pretty dog shit, especially in the States where your days are like, so I'm pretty sure what's definitely not BS just because people think it's a BS. It's rooted, so its origin, from what I understand from when I was in New Zealand at least, was it's to do with farmers being able to like it's normalizing the time they have to wake up. But in the US, it's going to create some really weird situations because your days are so short in winter and so long in summer. So now your days get even longer in summer, and then your days get even shorter in winter. So you're going to have some really, really weird days. On top of that, and this is just like the way your body actually functions, we have a thing called a fucking body clock. It's tied to light, believe it or not. Turns out that when it gets dark at night, that's your cue to stop producing melatonin and go to sleep. And when it gets bright in the morning, you wake up. It's going to be really fucking weird when kids have to go to school in the dark, and during summer when you have to fucking try to sleep at 5 a.m. I don't know. If that's actually true, it's I mean, I don't think it'll happen. Yeah, all parents think that's dog shit. All farmers think that's dog shit. The rest don't have an opinion on it, but it's super like that's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my entire life. Actually. I mean, not changing your clock isn't why it's it's not that fucking bad. It's really stupid. It's really dumb. It's why that's it's a there's not much I'll say is low IQ, but like if the only issue here is you don't want to change your clock, that's a personal problem. That's not why it exists. It's not like I feel like that's the same kind of worldview that has you thinking the reason they're doing those changes is because you know to fuck with your clocks. It's not for that at all. It's for a much more important thing. Yeah, but there's a lot of things that like scale with that time. The official time matters for schooling and stuff. And maybe schools will just start an hour later instead. Is that the plan? Instead of having people change their own clocks, the schools will just change their entire like schedule for every single thing they do during the year and all the like, you know, is that the play? That might be what they do. That might be what schools do to get around it. Is just like they just instead of us changing our clocks by 1 hour and having like time be relative, half the year kids will just have to get used to like going to school an hour earlier or an hour later and then having the clock say an hour earlier or an hour later. That seems better. That seems a lot better. What the fuck? Oh my god. That's the most 2026 thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Holy shit. Only in this year could that possibly be real news. I mean, not to mention that the Americans don't even change their fucking clocks. We're at it would be easier to target, like, you know, to automate clocks than it would be to make this change. Just so we're on the same page, it would be cheaper to make a rule that if you sell a clock, that it has to change at a specific time per year. It has to have a function that you can press that just like fucking puts it in daylight savings mode. You know? That would be cheaper. That would be like less of an annoyance. But instead, nah. Honestly though, I'm surprised because like technically speaking, from what I understand, a big chunk of his like, you know, like isn't that pissing off his own, like it's pissing off Republicans quite a bit, is it not? Republican states are like your agriculture and all that. Like they're the ones who are really, really affected by this. Agriculture and school, like it's your school kids and your agriculture that get really negatively affected by this. And yeah. But again, I think about it a bit, and I think that schools will just start an hour later. I don't know if kids can get used to that. I know that me as a kid, you know, I don't know if I could get used to like some part of the year starting school at 10 o'clock in the morning, and then some parts of the year starting at 9 o'clock in the morning. I feel like I probably wouldn't. It would probably feel very disjointing to me. Having to think about like time in two different ways. But that's probably what will happen. And then like when you think about like, I don't know, like when you're in high school and stuff and you have like periods, and your day is divided into periods, like, I mean, it probably is that way in America all the time, to be honest, but the specific time for those periods will be different based on which time of year it is. So instead of your like third period starting at say 11 o'clock, now your third period starts at fucking 12 o'clock some days. I don't know. It's just I feel like the fact that we're at that place is so stupid. It's crazy. Holy fuck. I can't believe it. It hasn't happened. But if it does happen, holy shit. I'm not slandering anything. I just think that's stupid. I just think that's so dumb. Holy fuck. I think it's so I can't hide how stupid that is. My brain can't comprehend it. It breaks me. Again, that's nothing political. That's not even remotely political. That's not like a Republican agenda to remove daylight savings time. If it was, they wouldn't be fucking over the farmers. This is just like, you know, this has nothing to do with that. Because like the majority of the people affected here are his constituents. So it's definitely not related to that. We can just call something like it is. Fucking stupid. Right? If it happens. It hasn't happened. It might not happen. Right? But that would be whew, that would be can't read analog clocks. I mean, it just adjusts. I don't know. Is it easier for adults to change the clock by an hour, or is it like, you know, kids deserve better? I don't know. Yeah, my goodness, man. My actual fucking god. I saw that message and it made me angry. But I read into it a bit. It's not, it's just, I don't know. It's weird. It isn't even from Trump. This is a different thing. This is it got passed to the House or Senate. Hasn't gone to Trump yet. Unless he passed it down, but I don't think he did. I know he said that stuff, but I think this is something else. I read that first. Look, this has nothing to do with. I'm not talking about Donny T right now, man. This is not me dissenting in some way. I just happen to think that this is like a litmus test and how much you care about your kids. You know? How much America cares about its children. Because obviously to an adult, it's not that big of a deal. You start work at 10 a.m. some days probably, or some places might tell you to go fuck yourself and make you start at 8 o'clock in the morning, even though it's actually 7 o'clock in the morning, right? And you just lose 1 hour of daylight on those days, because why not? But kids don't get that luxury probably, and also kids will have a harder time adjusting to it. I think it's unfair to expect a 5-year-old, someone learning time to figure out why certain times of year things are different, or if they aren't different certain times of year, why they just missed out on 1 hour of daylight per day every fucking day during winter. Can you imagine like having 1 hour of your daylight robbed from you every single day of your childhood? Is that fair? Probably not, right? You got to have it, but your kids don't. Why not? Because we didn't want to change our clocks. Yeah? Obviously doesn't affect adults as much. Probably does affect the children. Yeah, but even if you start later, well, maybe, but then the kids get fucked either way. No matter what, the children get screwed over by that change. Either you're asking a 6-year-old to conceptualize why you know when they're learning time, why school, like, you know, either you're having them like try and understand a greater version of time at that point, and they just have to learn to understand that certain times of year, half the year roughly, they're like their entire schedule, their morning period is like, you know, X time, and then it's different the second half of the year, which is obviously difficult, right? Because you have to completely readjust the school schedule. Or you normalize it and you have it be 8 o'clock, you have it be like a static time the entire time of year. In which case they lose an hour of daylight every single day. For their whole, like, for their entire their school years. I don't know. Both options seem bad to me. Bro, why are we playing this MMR, man? I'm barely paying attention to that game. I mean, everyone adjusts daylight savings based on whether when it affects them, right? But it's not like daylight saving isn't rigid. It doesn't happen. It doesn't occur at the exact same time of the year for everyone. Right? It's an adjustment that happens to offset shorter or longer days. It isn't like a rigid, like, you know, it doesn't, I mean, the entire point is to equalize between, there are certain parts of the world that don't need daylight savings time at all. Because in some parts of the world you don't have, like New Zealand, for example, we had longer days always. Even like our shortest day is nowhere near as short as America's shortest day. In America, because you're much closer, I guess you're, what, close to the equator or further away from the equator? Either or. You guys have, like, in winter, the shortest day is tiny. Like it's dark at 4 p.m. here on the shortest day. And then I don't believe that ever happened in New Zealand. So in New Zealand, the shortest day is 8 to 10 hours of sunlight. In America, the shortest is as small as 5 hours of sunlight. It's based on where in the world you are as to how important it is, but I'll tell you what, it's super important in America. Like in New Zealand, we could consider getting rid of it because we have long enough days. But the US, you have 5-hour days in the shortest part of the year. And when it's 8.5 hours, it's in like deep south New Zealand. That's crazy. Under 4 hours in Alaska. Daylight savings time is a way of making that not quite so bad. That's why it's called daylight savings time. But yeah, that's the whole point. It's to save daylight. Some states, like I said, don't need to have it. That's a federal ruling, yeah? Yeah, they're trying to... across the country. I totally understand that some states don't even have daylight savings as is. And I think it's completely fine. But a lot of states need it. This is one of those weird things where they make the rule for everyone. Even though it affects people differently. Wait, is Texas actually shortest? I mean, it's still going to affect, like, even at 10 hours. It's old to understand why they made the rule. They made it so farmers would have, it was to do with, I mean, honestly, it was more logical in general. If you were trying to act without a clock, it made more sense in general, right? It was just when daylight started was like a similar time every day was the idea. But yeah, it made more sense before digital clocks and stuff. Oh, wait, what? Conserve fuel and energy during World War I. That's apparently why. I haven't read this. I thought it was for to the farmers. Hold up. By shifting clocks forward an hour during the spring, governments aim to align waking hours with natural sunlight. Yeah, that makes sense. Reducing the need for artificial lighting and saving resources for the war effort. I thought it was to do with farmers. It says why farmers hate DST. The sun rules the farm. Cows do not read clocks. They need milking on their own natural schedule regardless of what the government says. I would imagine they're... Wait. This... I don't know if I believe this. I always thought it was fairly. Apparently, it's not for farmers, but I don't know if I believe this because there's a AI gets tricked by a lot of different things. I'm willing to be wrong, but I don't look forward to that change in general. X hours between things? Oh, yeah. That's the argument it's using for like cows needing to be milked. Is that it's like it's just on a specific schedule, like 12 hours. But I would expect that natural daylight would like their waking hours would be based on that. I don't think cows just eat at night. They have like time when they're inactive. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong on that. They mostly sleep at night. Primarily active during the day and rest at night. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's another reason for it, right? That you're getting that's the child argument as well, right? It depends on how schools deal with it. Potentially pretty critical for like especially in countries like the US where you have such little daylight. If your day starts rigidly at 8 o'clock and like if you have a school day that's 8 to 4 or 8 to 3 every day, right? But what 8 to 3 represents changes. And then some days, by the time you leave school, it's dark. Like you'd be getting off school and it'd be dark. It'd be pitch black. Is that fair? I don't know if it is. But if the schools move forward by an hour, then it's only an inconvenience, right? If the schools then start at 9 and go until 4 and no, it doesn't really. I guess 9 to 4, they get an hour. No, I mean that's going an hour earlier on those days, would they? Comes back an hour to save daylight. No, it was 4 now to save daylight. I think, right? No. It would have to shift back an hour in those days. Yeah, it shifts back an hour in winter and it shifts forward an hour in summer, right? Either way. "19 states have enacted legislation to switch." Oh wait, hang on a second. This doesn't seem bad at all. It says 19 states have enacted legislations to switch. But the bill also allows states to opt out if they act before it takes effect. I think that's fine. So they're saying that states have the ability to choose not to if they want to. I mean, as long as I guess they can only change their minds later on. It all seems like a thorough waste of taxpayer money to even try to do, not to mention possibly very confusing for a bit, but the Sunshine Protection Act. Hold up. This is a real quote. Hundreds of millions of dollars are spent every year by people, cities, and states being forced to change their clocks. That's a real quote. Hundreds of millions of dollars changing their clocks? I don't know about that one. I would ask for a citation on that one for sure. People are billing the whole hour on that fucking time switch, man. For that to make sense. Single person's a few million, change in McBen. I wouldn't think so. They've got people paid to take care of it and maintain it. I imagine it's just part of their role doing that, right? There's already people that are like paid to maintain that thing. I don't think having to move it by an hour would have any impact because they're already paid to maintain it. Yeah, exactly what I said. It does not cost additional money each year to adjust Big Ben. The workers who care for the clock are already paid by the UK Parliament to maintain it. I mean, it's already one of those things that's like it's a historical thing, so they already spend a lot of money keeping it well maintained. All right. I don't think we're doing any of the games today. The shelves weren't popping at this point either. I think Q just kind of died at this point. We'll probably stop around now. Because tomorrow's the day I'm getting no sleep. So I wouldn't mind getting a little bit of sleep. All right, guys. Thanks for watching today. Thank you for the resubs and subs as well. Thank you to Sunny for 6 gifted subs this week. I think 1 today, 2 today. Nordic for the 38-month resub. RT for the 43-month resub. Arglin for the 5 gifted subs. I will talk to you guys later on today at some point. Good night, guys.